What's up, YouTube? We're watching Andrew gift a tier 1 sub to Katie. Andrew, thank you. Thanks for feeding the gobs. Are watching subtext big Final Fantasy 7 video today, which apparently I make some cameos in and some other creators. Also, I cut my bangs. And I was just telling chat and decided I should start recording for the VOD gobos. We never fully debriefed on the end of Rebirth. Like we did when I played it on stream, but we haven't fully debriefed like after it's like settled. And I think a lot of different theories have cropped up and I would love to discuss those. And I'm excited to see what's in subtext videos. Subtext video is long, which is why we're settling in and pretty much dedicating a whole stream to it. It's about a 2-hour long video. And I'm sure we will pause and discuss at apparent other times. Also, how cool is this, you guys? This is a subtext video that we're gonna watch. The man himself, Max, commenting. This is so cool, dude. I'm excited to watch this. I watched probably like this far in and I was like, I have to wait and watch this on stream. I have to wait and watch it on stream. And here we are. So we're gonna do that in about, I don't know how long, in a few minutes. We can chat for a little bit and then get into it. Hi, Mokul. Hi, Moonchild. Hi, Chris. I had to remove a fan and cut my fan rail to make the new card fit. My PC no longer crashes and has cooler temp than my old card. That's huge. Damn, that's real. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah. That's true. We are all YouTube watchers today, even live. Can I ask a Bloodborne question? Yes. Thought you'd never ask. Yes, Fabs. Yes, of course. Do you see the fan gamer doll? I saw the fan gamer doll. I didn't see she had a little slug. Hold on. I just saw that. Oh, stop. She comes with a little slug. I didn't realize. Look at the slug! All right, I'll put it on my throne. Is it a pre-order still? No. I'll put it on my throne. The login stuff is brutal. Bloom, I've been feeling you on that one too because I had to do a hard reinstall of everything on this PC when it got wiped. Okay, I'm adding it. If you're ever curious about my wish list, oops, that's not correct. I think that command was on the other bot that died. So hold on. What up, Cosmo? Welcome in. My wish list. Share my profile? No. Share my profile. Copy. All right, let me re-add the command. That's my throne wish list. Add a command. I'm just gonna put it in stream elements, I think. Oh! What a day. What'd you guys do today? Guys, I recorded a new YouTube video with the green screen. I worked. Oh, Intersect. This is another Dens 1000 mix on YouTube. Hi, Stardust! Thank you. I'm so fucking hype for this new video.
I went to the Cubs game, first time at Wrigley. They got smoked lol. Dip it in bongo.
All right, did I fix it? Yeah. Hog. I like they got to go at least. I'm getting emails about tomorrow. Guys, tomorrow. That's the last thing we should hardcore talk about before we get into like all my emails. Why did they do that? Accidentally. Okay, do you ever like go to switch your YouTube profile and click the wrong button and you sign out and then all of your Google is signed out and you kind of want to die? Just me? All the time. Jess, is 4 hot dogs at the Cubs game like too much? No. Objectively, no. Okay, I fixed my emails. The last big thing I want to talk about is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing a big competition stream. It's gonna be on this channel. It'll be on this channel right here, where you're sitting right now. The thing is, I thought it was gonna be like the last competition show I did, the one that we don't talk about. Where like I'm live and like I talk to you guys, and then they bring me in to like talk to other people. But apparently they're just gonna restream like the stream of like their stream of everybody on here. So it's not gonna be like a normal stream, but I will be in chat like typing to you guys. We'll see how it goes. I would like really appreciate it if you guys showed up. Because of the bad experience I had with a competition show a couple years ago, I have some trauma. I have some stress. Also, Marina, thank you for the bits, by the way. And Humble, wait, thank you for a year. No, thank you for 22 months, Humble. Did that alert play? Was I distracted doing command stuff? Thank you so much. Holy moly. What time is the stream? 4 p.m. Central is when it's gonna start. I was gonna start earlier than that so I could talk to you guys, but that's I can't because I have to do stuff for them before that even. So 4 p.m. Central tomorrow is when it's beginning. I'm gonna triple check that actually. Serenity now. No, dude. No. Gmail is going to kill me. Show begins 2 p.m. Pacific. And it should go for like 3 hours. I'm really... The other funny thing is, so... The John Choi, aka formerly, you know, the artist formerly known as Spooky, is gonna be on my team. So he and I are effectively competing against each other. Because like one person per team gets eliminated per week. Yes. Today's been horrible. Who should I assassinate? Anyway, it would be really fun if he and I both make it to week 2 because I will be in LA next week. I'm going to LA on Tuesday. So if he and I both make it to round 2, he and I can do something silly together. In theory. Myself, I see what's happening here. Fabs, yeah, I'm glad too. It worked out like perfectly. And I did plan my LA trip to make sure I didn't miss you. But it's when I would have wanted to go anyway. So it's like, it's the perfect timeline. Yeah, Fabs, totally. You never do silly things. I don't believe you. Also, guys, my gray streak is in this side. I saw it in the mirror today. And I love it. I love it. I've grown to love it. Hi, pieces. So anyway, all of that to say, thank you for the encouragement. Yeah, I have my first gray hair, my first real gray hair. It's very exciting. You're gonna do so fucking great, dude. I have no doubt about it. Can't wait to watch and cheer you on. Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, so tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central Time here. And then I think after it's over, unless it goes horribly wrong, I hope it doesn't. Unless it goes horribly wrong, I'll do Chrono Trigger after tomorrow. So like tomorrow night normal time, I think we'll do Chrono Trigger. That's the plan. Hi, Joe Ninja. You finished Metaphor? Have you played all the Personas? I know Greg in chat after he finished Metaphor played the Personas and like went on a whole journey. So that could be a thing to do. Be on our worst behavior. Yes, honestly, yes. And there is a like a chat voting component to like who gets put through or not in this tournament. So like if you guys want to help me, you can vote for me in this tournament thing. And also you can vote for friends. Like you can vote, don't vote for John because we're competing and I'm going to kick his ass. But you can vote for Nan and Parky because they're on different teams in the first 2 rounds. So we're not competing against each other in the first 2 rounds. So will they be at the end? I don't know. I don't know how the vote will work. I imagine, but I also, they could go like per, like by team. So I don't know. Vote against Nandre. But yeah, so it'll be really cool. It's hosted by Austin Show and like advised, I guess, or co-hosted kind of by Sushi Dragon. If you guys know him, he's a really, really cool creator. The other mentors are a streamer named Lana, Will Neff, Caroline Quine. Caroline Quine is my mentor for this. And then, or like my team lead. And the Botez twins, those chess legends, are another team lead. So all that is to say, is Nandre and Chorna, yeah. You know Nandre? That is so funny. Wait, you know Nandre?
True.
Goddess, thanks for 8. Thank you. Welcome back. Also, hi, Doc. Doc, how did your front page stream happen? Was that a front page stream? 13 minutes away. Yesterday? That's awesome. I caught a little snippet of it. I was like, I think that's what this is. Did you have fun? Can't wait to support you. I really appreciate y'all. We have faith that you will crush your opposition, drive them before you, and hear the lamentations of their women respectfully. I'm excited. And even if I get cut the first round, like, that's fine. Obviously, I want to make it to the end and get to do fun in-person challenges with, hopefully, my friends in LA. But just getting, like, the chance to do 1 week and, like, showcase. And then also, I think I'll be on other stuff than just the first week, but there's, like, bonus episodes and stuff. But just getting the chance to like kind of showcase our little community for like such a big audience. I assume it'll be a big audience. It'll be great, you know. Hello, Corgi Pasta. I miss you so much. Come back and let's go to a Cubs game. Thank you for gassing me up. They were an emotional slice. I stress cut my bangs on Monday. And I didn't know what to do with them because they were too small. I cut them too small. Because normally I have like a side curtainy thing. And I spent the past 2 days being like, I'm just going to pin them. I'm going to pin them to the side of my head until they grow out far enough to where I want them to be. It's fine. My hair grows fast. I can deal with it. And then today, I put them in a curler. I rolled them under in a curler. And I curled the ends with my curling iron. And I used my tiny curling iron so I didn't burn my forehead again, which I still have a mark from the last time I burnt my forehead. And now, a whole new world of bang has emerged. So thank you. They look effortlessly beautiful. You need to I miss you! You need to be the president. Rise, balds. Nan, I think that we should do a stream where you get a wig that looks like my hair and I wear a bald cap. Thoughts? Tesla. Everything is computer. Bald caps hurt. I'm tough, bitch. I don't like you. You need the mustache. Just shave head. Just shave for real. Nan, I started drawing up a document for that other idea that we've discussed, by the way. We can talk about it when I'm in LA. Just okay. For the record, I do grow a mustache, and I have to take a little disposable razor, like those little tinkle razors, the single blade, like, and I go, and I razor it off. Guns, lots of guns. Yes. Guys, I got a sponsorship offer, and I don't even know if it was an affiliate thing or a sponsorship offer from a company that sells lock boxes for firearms. It is so specific, and I think at the end of the day, it's like it's a good cause rather than like, you know, it's not like I'm advocating people buy semi-automatic rifles. I'm advocating people lock up their fucking guns, but I'm not gonna take it. But isn't that just a weird thing? I can put these in there. God. You're just gonna get desensitized to getting pinged in here because people want the sound command, but this is your own doing. I hope you know. It is on a 30-minute timer. Countdown. Cool down. Just put cap in your ass, Recorn. This stream brought to you by the NRA. No. Yeah, there's always weird ones. Like the duet dating. There's some dating app that wants me to like do ads, and I'm like, I don't really know how I feel about that. The gun lockbox one was that's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I see a lot of duet ads too. The ice machine sponsor would actually be on brand, dude. Not as good as Under Your Pillow. Sounds good, Colin. Go get clean. If I were to learn about gun safety anywhere I wanted to be here, I don't know. I preach dangerous guns, personally. When's the Hinge sponsor stream? That sponsorship would do some hilarious things to the YouTube recommendations algorithm. It really would. It's tempting, like, just for that reason. Like, because it would be very interesting to see who would, like, find me because of that. I did it. I won a game of Civ. How long did it take you? And which Civ? The new one or what? Do you like the new one? And does Bellina Dr. Pepper sponsorship? Dude, Bark sponsorship? That's how I'll know that I've made it. 7 and a while. Yes, I do. It was kind of divisive, right? Just kept for Grinder. I don't think that app is for me, dude. Okay, Sparkers, is that how you say that, Sparkers? I've only ever read that word in my brain. I do like that brand. Barks is just more readily available to me. But if I just go to one different grocery store per week, I could get Sparkers. Grinder is for Republican men. Yeah. What up, Artem? Yeah, I just don't normally go to, like, Mariano's. Or even Jewel. I'm a Trader Joe's Andy. But I do occasionally go for Barks to Jewel. So that means I could also get Sparker there. God, I know. Anti-union. What do you mean anti-union? Telling protest, fuck off. I saw the Trader Joe's tote bags today. I don't need more. They were cute. I saw people on TikTok going buck wild for those. Like lining up, like fighting over them. There was a whole mess of them at my Trader Joe's. Nobody was batting an eye. Gun safety. Grinder and Firearm Box shared sponsorship stream. When my phone lights up with Grinder notifications and I don't want my lover to see them, I put it in my gun lockbox that only I know the password to. Are they posting more, Flop? Oh no, just that quote. It is kind of wild. I borderline have hope for Summer Games Fest. You know? I feel like that could be it. Did you know Pooh Bears are a real... What are you saying? Is this gonna be a D's Nuts? Acting like your gun lockbox is a Faraday cage. Yeah. Is that a Shapiro ad? We need a Flora cam. Yes. I have my other camera. Also, Flora is at the country home today and tomorrow because the competition stream is right when she is peak gremlin. So also who on chat space? See, I can sense it usually. You've gotten me once. Keep the girl from us? Yeah. And it's weird. I have a very hard time when she's not here. Like I have no sense of what time it is. I'm lonely. I like hate not having her here, but like truly there's no way I could have done tomorrow's stream if I also had to like meet her needs. So she's having a vacation at the country home. Guys, believe me, I don't want to banish her. Here, I'll give you a photo as penance. Look at this picture of her. Look at her. You have a country home? No, that is just our inside joke for my parents' house in the suburbs. I definitely do not have a country home. I am not rich. Maybe someday. Stanced. And here she is napping by the back door. With the shoes. And here she is. Just gnawing on a bone. Well, she's having the time of her life, you know? She's a perfect girl. Napped the fuck up in her element. Hi, Zack. Hi, Plateaus. Check, can we get 25 gift subs to get just a country home? If I could land the sun like that and vibe out, I would. Yeah, I always say she's doing photosynthesis. Takes after her mother. She does. Stanced up, laying in the sun, gnawing on things. Really, Flop? I'm sure I'm gonna want to play more Rebirth after I watch. Sub goal, fabulous riches. Sleeping amongst shoes, loving feet. I mean, what? Flora needs bangs. Can you imagine? I hate when my cursor, I hate when I'm live and my cursor does the little like loading wheel animation, like something's loading. And I didn't click anything. I'm like, what are you doing? Are you about to crash the stream? Why are you doing that? I feel like I gave Rebirth a 9.5 and I feel like that's a mistake at this point. How so? Over or underrated? All right, guys, it's time. It's time. Also, please go subscribe to Subtext, and I will plug his channel multiple times today. Follow Subtext. This is why FF7 Rebirth didn't end how anyone expected, okay? Should have had the gumption to give it a 10. I was hoping that's what you meant. Strap in. We're going for it. Do we need to preface this with anything? It's not quite time, still about a minute left. I had forgotten. Oh yeah, disclaimer, full spoils for Rebirth. It's almost 410. We're 5 years since Remake launched. That's actually insane when you think about it. Hi, Blank. So the remake trilogy has the chance. I think it will go down as the best trilogy game as a union ever made. I hope they stick the landing. I desperately hope. And I have a lot of my thoughts on the ending currently before I watch this video is when I played remake. My takeaway from that, they do so much talk of changing fate and new timelines and specifically like changing a lot of canon events and how those whispers show up whenever things diverge from the main timeline. So a lot of remake, the first game,
just got coconut mauled. Share this with all your friends to totally coconut maul them.
Do you guys not have the coconut mall on that scene? When I go big zoom, do you not have coconut mall? Did I cut it off? Or is it on there? Hold on, I'm finding it. Deck sounds. Okay, now it's on there. Right, you heard that? Yeah, you did. Let me make sure it's everywhere else too. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. It's everywhere. All right. Anyway, we heard. Great. Hello, Platin Adam. Anyway, my takeaway from remake was like, they're gonna save Aerith's life. That was my takeaway. Was like, I fully. That is like fully what I believe they're hinting towards, or at least some major change in Final Fantasy VII as we know it. TikTok algorithm brought me here. Welcome. My only preface would be anything can happen. I just like analyzing it and providing some different ways of viewing it. Yeah, I love that. So, that being said, when 7 Rebirth ended, and Aerith is basically dead, but it's a little ambiguous. Part of me wondered, like, it doesn't, I don't know. It seems almost disingenuous that they would hint so strongly that she was going to live and that they were going to change the whole storyline. But then it seems like actually they're like, no, we're just going to keep things the same and we got you all excited for no reason. So that element made me initially a little upset. However, right, I don't think they should be allowed to have it both ways. That being said, I think that there's still a chance for them to bring it all full circle in the third game. And I hope that they change things in a way that feels satisfying. And I think that they need to change something because otherwise, why remake anything? And it is already like changed a lot. Think of all the Zack storylines we get. Think of all the new stuff in Rebirth and Remake. So I hope that the third game is even more of a departure than Rebirth was, while still paying homage to the original source material. I don't know how many of you have seen Maximilian Dude's like drawing of the timeline, because I agree with Max that, you know, all this stuff is happening kind of like either parallel or way after, depending on how you think about it, like the original timeline. Like Sephiroth was kind of like pissed off about how things went after Advent Children, basically. And was like, fuck it. I'm in the live stream. I'm going back in time and I'm changing how it's going to play out. And then we get the remake timeline. So all of that being said, kind of like how Cloud still talks and sees Aerith and Advent Children. Sure. But then, and I agree, Dan. And that's, I think, why it feels a little disingenuous to me with how much they set up we're changing shit when they released Remake. Because they're really not. Unless they are. Oh, great, subtext. Okay. One question I do have that I didn't see addressed, maybe the video does. Do we know where Cloud is in the Zack timelines? I figure that'll come up in the third game. I don't know. Isn't Cloud in the Zack timeline at the very end of Rebirth when he has this like weird date with Aerith? Or maybe that's just like another universe. And something that I think is really cool that they're adding in Rebirth and 3-make and all that is the multi-universe thing. I think that like in today's day and age, multiverse stories are overdone, and I don't think that we need to have as many of them as we do. But I think that what they're doing with this property is really, really special, and the fact that Reunion not just references like Reunion of the Sephiroth clones, but also of these worlds, I think is a really, really cool place to take it. And I think that is where I see promise for 3-make and seeing how they could change things a little bit and have it still feel satisfying. Elmira recognizes him without the introduction and stuff, but I didn't really talk about that in the video though. I think Zack may have ended up in the main timeline at the end of Rebirth. Okay. Wait, I just read two messages because chat scrolled. I think Zack may have ended up in the main timeline at the very end of Rebirth. Yeah, I need to replay it. We haven't even started watching the video and I'm like, guess I better replay Rebirth. I was disappointed with Zack. I wanted to so badly see his impact on the story and thematically. I loved his journey, but I wanted more. Jesus, I think that they are laying groundwork and foundation, I hope, for him to play a much stronger part in 3-make. That is my hope. All right, guys, we could talk and discuss theories all day, but we gotta dive in.
I couldn't have dreamt that. It all felt way too real.
Spoilers! Spoiler warning! Spoiler warning! Yeah, I also loved Rebirth, for the record. It's a 10 out of 10 game for me. For the record. As much as I criticize it because I love it so much. I'm gonna pause this a little bit. Well, I'm gonna try my hardest not to pause. This moment. Wait, can we watch my reaction? I like blacked out. Yeah, no worries, subtext. And if they don't, this can be a good chance for you to double check if you want. Or if they're bugging you, I can turn them off. Hold on. Spoilers. Okay, where is Rebirth? What's up, YouTube? Dude, this shit is crazy. Start them up. They're yeah. Dude, you can just tell I'm so nervous. This truly is one of the most special playthroughs ever done on this channel. Yeah, forehead in full view. I hope Cloud. When do we parry? Right here, I think. Oh, and then this was so confusing. Are the prompts here to make him swing or not swing? Not swing, which is prompts are to resist. That was not clear to me. Because in the original game, Subtext, thanks for 5 gifties, dude. I appreciate that. In the original game, we start pressing buttons and then you don't press buttons because any buttons you press make him swing the sword. So my thought was, press button, he swings sword in this. No. I think if you have knowledge of the original game, that's probably part of like that thought process. Laughing like an OG. That's no. See, this to me is so blatantly swing sword. Oh, dude, no! His titties, though. It's just, dude, that's not allowed. We're supposed to change it. Fate is mine to choose. See? I'm not gonna do it. It's my choice. See? Did I choose by not doing anything? No, 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 no. Stop him! Stop him! Stop him now! Yes! Dude, it still makes me emotional. Oh my God! Let's go! Let's go! And the rainbows. In the ground. In the ground. Not on Aerith. Oh, dude, I'm tearing up again. So to include that and then to have her still die, I think is also like shitty if they end up doing that. I hope they don't. I don't think they will. I think that she will be alive in whatever timeline and then that'll have value somewhere, but like Arrow, nice to see you, dude. All right, anyway, we're gonna watch the video, I swear. The footage looks great, by the way. The footage looks really fucking good, dude. Did you record this on PC? Oh, it's on the PS5 Pro. It looks incredible. My God, dude, I'm gonna cry. This isn't, I'm also not even playing it at full, just for like, so it runs better on stream. The music! Where'd you get the music from? Welcome back, Colin! Yeah, we just started. Oh, this is from the Lifestream sequence? Holy shit. I have to replay this right now. It's on my Steam Deck. I'm literally...
What do you make of this, Cloud?
I'm literally gonna replay it.
Is any of it real? Or is it all just a fever dream?
Let's go!
At this point, nearly a year from FF7 Rebirth's release, there is a good chance
Hi, subtext. I'm gonna say hi, subtext.
Other analysis videos and discussions about FF7 Rebirth and its ending. And odds are,
Gene,
you may believe somewhere deep down that you've heard all there is to hear about it. If that's the case, good. As someone just like you, I've heard it all too. And it's the exact reason I'm making this video. To talk about all the things I haven't heard people talking about. I have fine-tuned, rewritten, and re-recorded this video more times than The Last of Us has been re-released. And I've taken nearly a year doing it to make sure you walk away from this with a whole new understanding of why FF7 Rebirth ended the way it did, and what it means for the entire trilogy
Fuck
story.
This guy!
I want to make sure that even if you sucked up all of the FF7 Rebirth videos that exist up to this point, this video would still make you say, holy crap, I've never thought of
I
that.
can't wait!
This isn't to say there aren't good videos out there. There are plenty, and I agree with a lot of what they've concluded, that all of this was done to deepen the depiction of Cloud as an unreliable narrator, and to keep us talking as we wait for the next game, to keep everyone speculating about what may happen in Part 3. Yes, totally, 100%.
Nailed it. I know. Thank you. Moving on.
All of that is correct, but that's not even necessarily a secret. In fact, the developers have already come out and just said that's what they did. That is why this video exists, because that is just barely scratching the surface on why this game ended the way it did. As a writer myself, I have found so many hidden reasons for so many storytelling choices in Rebirth that I haven't seen discussed. Reasons that may be hidden from us even as we stare directly at them. Reasons that may reveal how this game may be changing fate even when it doesn't look like it does. Reasons that, surprisingly even to me, have almost nothing to do with counting rainbows or different dog breeds, no matter how tempting it is to overanalyze those things. The truth is that there is a far bigger picture I haven't seen people talking about.
Yes!
And if there's anything I'm good at, it's catching things
Yes!
most people aren't talking about.
Give it to me!
Here it is. So this was from SubTXT on Twitter. This is a spoiler. This is a heads up. This is the credits of the game. If you speed up every single cutscene, SubTXT did his work. These specific scenes are the weird fucking scenes. Again, the weird scenes are the ones that are missing.
That is the aim of this video, to give you a whole new perspective on not only the story and its finer details, but also many of the big questions that surround this trilogy. Though the 2 hours might seem like a lot, I'm going to cover a lot of ground very quickly. Most topics last around 10 minutes each.
I feel like this could be easily a 6 hour long or longer video. Like I bet you move at a good clip here.
The first half of this video, focusing on everything directly related to Rebirth. My feelings about the ending, whether this is all a sequel to the...
I just realized my chat box is above my cam right now. Hold on. Forgive me. Guys. No. Okay, I fixed it.
The original or not, and some deep storytelling theory that helps answer why the developers focus
Star
so
Wars!
heavily on the idea of changing words about the ending, whether this is all a sequel to the original or not, and some deep
It is! I
storytelling
want to
theory
believe!
that helps answer why the developers focus so heavily on the idea
Oh,
of
this is that
changing Fate
synthesis
and
thing,
Remake,
I think.
given that not much of Fate seems to be changed by the end of Rebirth.
Yeah!
The second half then focuses on the future, looking at the big themes of the entire
I love this
remake
game, I'm so
trilogy, and how they blend
excited!
a lot of the new and old elements into one cohesive story in part 3. And while this video is mostly about the big picture, the true starting point for all of that analysis was born out of spending months wrestling with my conflicting feelings about the ending.
Yup.
It didn't feel like the ending was good. You know, that feeling when you reach an ending to something and you just say,
I had mixed
"God
feelings. I had mixed
damn." But it
feelings.
was also hard to say that it was bad.
Yes.
I got a lot of what they were going for, but I was just a bit bewildered. There
It's
were
so
many
beautiful.
questions on my mind. What did I just experience? What exactly happens? Why did they do it that way? And as the months have passed, I've had more time to digest it all. And in that process, I've gotten to do something that I love the remake trilogy for. Something that is, in truth, the reason I started this whole YouTube thing. On this channel, my intention is to deconstruct the reasons why stories and games are told the way they are, a deep dive into the possible thoughts and intentions of the creative people behind it, and what may be going on underneath the surface, an unpacking of the creative subtext, if you will, behind the
Bittersweet's a good
creativity
way to put it.
that we love and hate to debate. And that is because I, as a person, am obsessed with creativity. For the longest time, I wanted to be a screenwriter, and in the years since, I've built a different career in the creative arts. And in my time studying and then working professionally on creative projects,
said the thing.
I've come to appreciate all of the thinking that goes into them, even when they don't fully work. That's because there is a real truth to the incredible monologue that comes from a critic toward the end of Ratatouille.
No way.
In many ways,
No way!
the work of a critic is easy. We risk very little,
Stop.
yet enjoy a position over those who offer up their work and themselves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is fun to write and to read. But the bitter truth
Why
we
is it so
critics
perfect?
must face is that in the grand scheme of things, the average piece of junk is probably more meaningful
Cinema.
than our criticism designating it so. But there are times when a critic truly risks something, and that is in the discovery and defense of the new. The world is often
Yes.
unkind to new talent,
Yes.
new creations. The new needs friends.
Yes! Dude, that is such a good quote. I talked about that in my Duskbloods video. I talked about it in the video I recorded today, which is about Expedition 33. And I talked about it in reference to Impressionist art from the 1800s. Because people hated the Impressionists. Because they did shit weird. They didn't paint shadows the way that other people did. And they thought, the critics were like, this is fucked up. People look ugly because of the shadows. Now it's revered. But like, we would never have any new art. Art would never evolve if people never went after something new. And people are always going to hate on something when it's new. It's why we need Miyazaki to make Duskbloods and Night Rain. It's why I hope they do something new with the remake trilogy. It's a quote you feel in your bones if you're creatively minded. Yes. I feel like so strongly about it. And it's like, me and Barry talk about it with music a lot, because a lot of bands that we like, and maybe you guys feel this way too, like we've followed for almost a decade at this point, maybe longer, and they've like really evolved over their like lifetime of like making music. And like, even if like some of their newer stuff is less appealing to us, like it's almost like I would rather a band put out an album that's new and different than more of the same, but still in the style that I like more. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want creative people that I enjoy their work. Like, I want those people to make new stuff. I want people, the big swings. I want people to keep innovating and trying new things, because like, isn't that the essence of being a creative person? Do you know what I mean? Dude, I gotta rewatch Ratatouille, I guess. Hi, Queso. I've been thinking a lot about that generally lately. Being exposed to so much online discussions. Yeah. My art history classes, where I learned that people have always been so quick to judge the new and unexplored. Yeah. Creatively bankrupt. FF7 remake, FF7 rebirth, FF7 Ratatouille. Yes. That's literally the answer.
That's why this video isn't
Holy shit, Subtext, you're a genius!
FF7 Rebirth's ending was genius or garbage.
Genius.
That's for you to decide. And it's not really something I'm interested in doing. Instead, I'm interested in diving into the different dimensions of it and digging deep into things I haven't seen discussed about this ending. Reasons why I feel like the ending can be seen as both a success and a failure, with both conclusions drawn by looking at the story through the lens of classic storytelling principles. That sense of duality, that two things can be true at once, is rampant in both Rebirth and this video. I've seen both positive and negative reactions to this ending, and I myself have experienced both feelings. I also think,
I agree,
and don't hate me for saying this, that's perfectly normal.
Yes!
I hate that we live in this world where hot takes and hard stances are the expectation. And God forbid you have any nuanced opinions about anything. Well,
dude, you're yes. Like, I don't know if it's like TikTok online brain rot culture, where people just like think you're only allowed to have one opinion on something. It's like let your momo cook. It's like the thing people always talk about, like, if you talk about you love pancakes, people are like, oh, you hate waffles. Like, people just assume everything is like antithetical and binary. No, bitch. Having like nuanced opinions and things that are complex and go deep down, like, that is such a sign of emotional maturity, and also like intellect and like creative expertise, and a way to examine a story in a very intelligent, deep, creative, fun way. Hearing hot take lately started to make my eyes glaze over. Yes. Subtext, this is great.
Normal. I hate that we live in this world where hot takes and hard stances are the
Yes, you hate hard facts.
And God forbid you have any nuanced opinions about anything. Well, I'm sorry, but
yeah, media literacy.
I love this game. It is, in so many ways, so much more than I could have ever imagined it to be.
Agree.
I flew through the canyons, dove into the live stream, fought Vincent Valentine as the goddamn Galleon beast. I even cried, which, honestly, the original never actually accomplished for me, personally. It is gaming at its most peak, but it ain't perfect.
There he is.
It does some things brilliantly, and it does some things kind of stupidly.
We haven't seen the last of Roche, and I'm so curious to see where they take his character. That was the perfect pause.
Sometimes within minutes of each other, and that is okay. It's not perfect, but as Robin Williams once said to a young Matt Damon,
"You're not perfect, sport. And let me save you the suspense. This girl you met, she isn't perfect either. But the question is whether or not you're perfect for each other. That's the whole deal."
My goats! My goats!
when I reached the credits of FF7 Rebirth, something happened inside me that didn't happen at the end of FF7 Remake. I was genuinely a bit disappointed. As much as I loved nearly the entire journey and was blown away by so much of the Rebirth experience as both a story and a video game, something about the ending left me feeling numb to it. I wasn't mad, I wasn't sad,
I got
wasn't
stun locked,
happy,
dude.
I wasn't upset, I wasn't excited, I wasn't even very confused, at least in the moment. I just felt nothing. It felt like the game had just literally thrown everything at me.
Yes.
It gave me saving Aerith and losing her. It gave me Cloud and Zack reuniting and separating. It gave me a heartbreaking goodbye scene and a comforting farewell. And it did all of that in a breakneck, non-stop torrent of scenes where I was hopping into different worlds, flying through singularity gaps, seeing different versions of events at the same time, trying to decode everything being said by the most cryptic villain in gaming history, and getting into a multi-dimensional 14-phase boss fight with literally 12 different party combinations. Not to mention the fact that some of those party members may or may not have actually been alive. All of that was before a final series of scenes with shapeshifters and walking, talking dead people. It was a lot to take in. And if I'm being completely honest, I felt like the devs were cowards for it.
Agree!
Not to say I wanted Aerith to be saved, as I'll talk about later, but because it came across like they were too afraid to make a real choice.
Agree.
Sure, the final choice seems to be her death.
Yep.
But they couldn't just do that. No, they instead had to at least give fans the imagery they so desired. Aerith being saved. Just moments after establishing that such fate-breaking events could conceivably create alternative worlds that may not even matter, given the apparent pointlessness of Zack's different worlds.
Yeah.
A plot device that seemed at the time not like a multiverse of madness, but rather a multiverse of meandering nothingness. In short, it felt like the creators didn't really make any choices and instead kept every possibility on the table, keeping Aerith around just in case fans rioted around her death, and keeping Zack in the background until they could maybe finally do something impactful with him in part 3. And in that way, it didn't even feel like a cliffhanger. It felt like a cop-out, a way to throw every possibility and every emotion at us.
It did feel that way.
To get us talking without providing any resolution. And in so doing, it failed at delivering what most of us expect from an ending to practically anything. In a bit of irony, given his inability to finish the Song of Ice and Fire books to the point that it led to a pretty awful ending to the Game of Thrones show, George R.R. Martin once said this about endings, quote, "A good story should make you feel something, whether it's joy, sorrow, or even anger. If you reach the end of a story and feel nothing, then it hasn't done its job." And that is a big reason why the ending didn't connect for me after my first playthrough. I didn't know what to feel because the game went out of its way to make sure I couldn't be sure of anything. My emotions were standing at the control panel, stumped as to what to do. And it's hard to know how you feel about an ending when you don't know what to feel.
Yeah, Moonchild for
sense
sure.
Of narrative indecisiveness, the feeling that the writers didn't really make any choices and just kept every possibility on the table may have been amplified in my head because of interviews that dropped right before Rebirth came out, where producer Yoshinori Kitase talked about potentially changing direction on part 3 depending on fan response.
Agent Cookie, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub, dude. Sorry I haven't warned you guys about ads. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I went to a local con in 2013 where George R. R. Martin read the first chapter of that book. It still doesn't come out. I feel for him, dude. That's tough. And I'm excited to see where Subtext takes all this, because this is totally my exact same feeling on this. Was like, I basically got stunlocked at the end, because I was like, they just showed me everything everywhere all at once, pretty much. Like all the possibilities, and they didn't make a decisive artistic choice. They kind of just said, here are all the possibilities. And so I'm curious to see where Subtext takes this. Because I also, for a long time, kind of felt that it was a cowardly choice to present things the way they did. At the same time, I thought that the sequences with Cloud and Zack reuniting. See, do you see my cursor doing that? That terrifies me. Cloud and Zack reuniting and the final fight with Aerith and Cloud, I thought were like, especially gameplay wise, I think some of the most masterful content that they've ever made. I think it was so special. But it kind of felt like they wanted their cake and to eat it too. You know what I mean? In some ways. And I want to like have a framework to like think outside that box a little bit. Because I have such faith in these devs as, you know, gameplay devs and as storytellers and all that stuff. So I'm excited to see where Subtext goes with this. They were cowards for not having Zack and Cloud kiss. So true. It was super overstimulating. It's something you had to sit with and hope part 3 to something with. Yeah. Where's Michelle Yeoh? When will Waka show up? Kiki and the Cat, thanks for the prime. Also, how does my mic sound, guys? In the game, or the video sound? Are we all good on audio? I switched stuff around today. It's good? Okay. I was using different mics for my YouTube video, so. This whole trilogy is definitely a have your cake and eat it too situation for sure. To clarify, I don't think that. Especially not with the way remake went. I think the ending of this game feels that way. I hope that is not what they will do in the third game. And I'm hopeful that Subtext will provide some kind of framework for thinking about this that helps me come away not feeling that way. Because I truly don't think that was the dev's intention, was to be greedy and just to like make everyone happy. Even though sometimes in interviews they kind of hint towards that. I don't think that is their true. Anyway, let's watch the video.
Well,
oh my god, thank you also for the sub. Y'all, thank you. Hi Kiki, hi Maz. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate the subs.
Well, we've of course already gotten started with part 3 at the scenario and plot level. We have a tentative first draft for the scenario and it's in a finished state, so things have gotten started. That said, although we've gotten some work done, there will still be parts we create by combining players' responses and reactions and going over that feedback.
That is what freaks me the fuck out. That freaks me out. Make the story you want to make. Like, if enough people were outraged that Aerith dies or lives, that shapes the next. I don't like that.
So after the release of part 2, it's possible that the things we're coming up with for part 3, the concept, etc., will change. Therefore, I hope everyone will play part 2 before part 3 and keep providing us with your reactions to it. At the time, I remember this being
Do you guys think Katase has watched my playthrough? Or has seen clips of me?
A giant red flag for some fans.
Yeah!
But for me, at least when that quote first dropped, I wasn't bothered by it all that much because, to some extent,
you think,
of
Cookie?
course, you would probably alter some things based on fan response. What if people missed an important detail?
Hold on, I realized that I didn't put my stream manager over here, and I'm gonna move it. Can't see my stream manager when my Opera, not Chrome, because I switched from Chrome. It's full screen. Okay. All right.
Well, then you might need to clarify that in the next game. What if people missed?
Okay.
Of course, you would probably alter some things based on fan response. What if people missed an important detail? Well, then you might need to clarify that in the next game. What if people figured something out early? Then maybe you would need to throw that into doubt a little bit. What if you rush past a critical plot point so quickly that people didn't even realize it was talked about?
True.
I'll stop the meteor.
This is so weird. This is so weird. Why say that?
Yeah, agreed.
Like, have we even
talked
about there being a meteor yet?
I mean,
Have we
visually.
even talked about what the black materia does?
Geek Tribe, I think, did.
I don't think we have.
Long story short, there were a million reasons why fan feedback could have impacted the draft of Part 3 scenario. But while sitting on my couch at
They did learn about it. The point is the game brushes over too quickly. Exactly. And by the time we get to the end, we've forgotten because we've been playing so many Chocobo races.
feedback could have impacted the draft of Part 3 scenario. But while sitting on my couch at 2 a.m. after beating the game, it felt like they had opened so many potential plot doors to walk through that it seemed like I was facing
Emily, it's tough.
The worst possibility. That maybe they really didn't have all this planned as much as I had hoped.
That does give me
If
fear.
true, that would also mean that their ambition was something far lesser than what they had implicitly promised with the ending of Remake. It felt like they had mostly made these changes just so they can lay on some thick fan service without actually making any bold choices,
Which would suck.
or risking anything real and consequential about
Which
the
would
story.
suck.
Fans are divided about killing or saving Aerith? How about both? You want to fight with Zack and Cloud? You got it.
Me? Gungaga. Hi, Batskerville. I wouldn't worry about that. Good job, chat. Considering the backlash that went with all the whispers, and yet they almost doubled down with them, adding white ones and everything, I think they already proved that they'll tell the story they want, but that doesn't mean they can't listen to feedback. I agree. And for the record, when I was like, a lot of what I'm saying in this first chunk of the video is like how I felt initially playing it. I have full faith in the devs. This game is a 10 out of 10 for me. I am extremely hyped for the third game. Like, this game changed my life very actively in many different ways. I think it's an amazing direction to go. I trust the devs. Some stuff they say just gives me pause. In the vein of kind of what Subtext is saying in this chunk as well. I do fully believe in the devs. Because, like, look what they've made, The more I sat on it after the more I love Rebirth, I agree. Cautiously optimistic, yeah.
You want to say a proper goodbye to Aerith? How about we do that 3 different...
When is that? When is this? I don't remember this part of original. I need to be honest about all these feelings I had at the first, because I was glad I did, because I found a lot of people felt the same like you. Yeah. OG late game, late disc 2. I don't remember that. I mean, I see Boog behind my head. Return to Forgotten Capital. Oh, yeah, we go back with Boog and Hung and learn about Holy. Yes. Before the third game comes out, I will be doing another full playthrough of 7 original, for the record. It's been way too long for me. I mean, it's been 3 years. Yeah, this is modded. I would play it with visual mods.
Proper goodbye to Aerith? How about we do that 3 different times? In the direct aftermath of the ending,
Another thing, this is an eyeliner pencil, by the way, that I'm fiddling with. Another thing that I think is cool and useful about this, like, whirlwind ending of a game is that it almost makes you feel like Cloud might feel. Being fucked up by the Lifestream and Sephiroth. I think that, like, the eyeliner of truth, I McBain. I think that is, and maybe Subtext you'll say that in this video, but I remember thinking that the more I digested the ending of this and being like, maybe they just want us to feel like Cloud feels. And then when they kind of rectify his kind of mental state in part 3 with Tifa, like when she makes him wake the fuck up in the live stream, like maybe that going direct in the third game will also feel just as good as the ending of Rebirth felt not so good, or almost like a nothing response from us. I'm hopeful. Digestion. It's more impressionistic than people give it credit for. Yeah. The fans, much like Cloud, were fucked up by Kitase. I think it's so fucking masterful. Yeah. Our brains are just as fried as his. That's hard to do given people have played OG, so they did really good on that front. They mind fucked us. They wanted the player to be unreliable. Yep. The meta storytelling. I think and that's part of why I also feel really optimistic about part 3 is because I don't know. I think that there's just so many other layers going on here than we even realize. And I think a lot of people say this, that like it's going to be like a Return of the King situation. Where like when the 3rd game comes out, I'm hoping it is the game we all hope it's going to be, that knocks it out of the park even bigger than Rebirth was for like the big fans of Rebirth. And then it brings the whole trilogy into this limelight of respect. Cloud, more like fog. I hope we get legit weapons. I was kind of disappointed by the baby whale weapons. I have a feeling we will. I would be shocked if they didn't add like super bosses in the 3rd game, because you don't really fight weapons until like the 3rd chunk of the game anyway. Hamaguchi said part 3 is going to be the game of the generation. He's hyping it up hard, and I believe him. Oh, a whole new template for weapon fights with the whole party. I want to make an everything we know about 3 make video at some point. The next big chunk of info we get about it, I think I should make that. And also we can probably spend a stream. Hi Slice Roth. We can spend a stream also like tallying up stuff we already know about it. But I don't care what they put out. I'll love it at this point. They could remake a Mario Party style game, but with FF7 game characters as part 3, and I'd still play and love it. Red Wanderer, have you played Super Mario RPG?
Felt like the only thing they were certain about was giving us dream scenarios that would make fans happy, regardless of how little sense it made. I even sent a defeated message to a friend of mine the day after beating Rebirth that said simply, the only concept for any kind of video I can think of right now is, maybe it's just fan service. But as someone who spent a lot of time digging into the narrative construction of Remake, the idea that they didn't have all this planned out felt almost impossible. Of course, details would change, but it felt like the idea that they didn't have an overall ending in mind just didn't make sense.
I'm waiting.
It wasn't like the Star Wars sequels, where a different director and writer headed every project. It was mostly one unified creative team that had been working together for decades.
Kiki, I love that!
After several months of thinking about it,
I love that a lot.
And a full replay of the game later, it does seem impossible. That feeling has almost completely subsided. In fact, this ending that I just spent several minutes criticizing may be an ending that I actually love.
Yo!
And that's because I may finally understand what it's really about.
Yo!
To help explain what I mean, I will need to dig into a few meaty questions about why they built the story of Rebirth the way they did. Of course, the most obvious reasons as to why they ended the story this way are clear. To keep us all talking for the next 3 years and to mess with Cloud's head.
Yeah.
To further disrupt his sense of what's real. All of this has been much discussed, and I agree. But that answer isn't quite satisfying enough. If that's all their goal is, to depict a mental collapse that already happens in the original game without all of this multi-world nonsense, then why do it this way?
Yeah.
Why was that worth such a big change to FF7's most iconic moment, Final Fantasy VII's most emotional scene, a change that seems to prioritize confusion over emotion when emotion should arguably matter most? And why was it worth introducing the whole idea of changing fate if the fate fans care about most wasn't changed? That question is where we'll start.
Yes!
Because it's at the heart of a question I've heard asked constantly since FF7 Rebirth came out.
Did they change their mind? The fact that the original team is working on the remake makes it so freaking special. I agree. Especially, the thing that always gets me is the musical team is, like, it's Uematsu still. And, like, Uematsu gets to, like, do the fun tracks. Like, he did, like, so many of the hyperpop, like, electronic sounding songs in this. You know, in addition to other stuff too. But just, like, imagine creating a game and it's a cult classic and it's an incredible success for Square Enix. And then 30 years later, you get to reimagine it for a next, like, gen console. It's just like, from a creative standpoint, one of the coolest projects ever, and it is part of why I'm, like, so obsessed with these games. Yes, No Promises to Keep, truly, it's like Eyes on Me and Melodies of Life. I agree 1,000%. And it's cool that they do the more, like modern contemporary music styles, like Bow Wow Wow, like the Corel Mountain music. Like, a lot of the stuff in Gold Saucer is kind of more modernized, but then, like, the No Promises to Keep is truly, like, an old school Final Fantasy classic song. Yeah, and just the fact that there's so much music in this game. This game, I think, is the best. It's just the best soundtrack to any video game, period, in my opinion. Hip Hop Chocobo, the Metal Chocobo song. Original FF7 so inspired by Twin Peaks? Really? Did they come out around the same time?
Okay, you have to justify now why you're making
I believe
these
it's
changes.
subtext.
And I almost don't feel like that was
Years
answered
later.
with how Remake ended in some instances, because I was like, okay, your answer to changing things is to change nothing.
Like, I thought the Rebirth was going to be like, hey, man, it's a new adventure. We might
like
go to
10 hour, both of us 10 hours in, coming to each other with like theories of how off the rails they were going to go, and then
they just did it.
Yeah.
Which I
have not played 16, but I will stream it. I actually have an unopened 16 collector's edition sitting on my shelf. So when we dive into Final Fantasy 16, I'll open the collector's edition and we'll play the whole thing.
think is a surprise.
This, if we fail, that's what's gonna happen. If we don't change fate. That's me, bitch!
Coming to each other with like theories of how off the rails they were going to go, and then
They just did it.
Yeah.
Which I think is a surprise.
This, if we fail, that's what's going to happen. If we don't change fate, that is what will happen. So that is the original fate that they were going to change. And if that's true, then why did Aerith die? Like, they aren't changing the game.
My theory is that they backed off
Thanks
a
for the
lot
shout
of the
out,
changes
Kesa.
they were going to make in Rebirth when they got reaction to what happened at the end of Remake. I think Zack was probably a lot more involved in that original script idea, and then he is in the final game. I suspect they're also looking at like reactions to Rebirth as they're making whatever they call the next game.
I sort of felt like that almost happened as I was playing through Rebirth, where it's like, oh, it seemed like this was all setting up for this, but then it didn't, and it did something completely different, almost to like go against the expectations that people had, you know? And you have to realize that all these big plot devices and how they eventually work out, regardless of what everybody's theory is, are 100% subject to change over the next 3 to 4 years.
It's not surprising that a lot of people walked away from FF7 Rebirth feeling like the developers backtracked on the idea of changing fate, which seemed to be the main point of Remake's ending. Hell, it even seemed like they had backtracked on wanting to include Zack in the game, despite being on the cover. I mean, why promote him so heavily?
I'm hopeful they perhaps moved a lot of his shit to Game 3. I'm hopeful. Yeah, the pre-rendered cutscenes are so gorgeous. However, I think that they make Cloud look really yassified in a very funny way. It looks like they put him through like the bold glamour filter on TikTok.
And then only give him roughly 40 minutes of gameplay and
like, look at this.
Away from FF7 Rebirth.
Am I wrong?
It's not surprising that a lot of people walked away from
You can't really
FF7
tell him
Rebirth
from this view,
feeling
but-
like the developers backtracked on the idea of changing fate, which
Yeah,
seems
there.
to be the main point of Remake's ending. Hell, it even seemed like they had backtracked on wanting to include Zack in the game.
Flop,
despite
I
being on
hope
the
so.
cover. I mean, why promote him so heavily and then only give him roughly 40 minutes of gameplay and cutscenes in a 40+ hour story? In fact, before getting into the bigger fate question, let's start with Zack. If there was a decision to scale back his role in Rebirth, as I've seen a lot of fans speculate, then why put him on the cover? It's not like they were.
I never once thought that he had a role that was scaled back in Rebirth. I wished there was more, but I don't think I expected to get as much as we did. I don't know. Yeah, I need to go back and breeze through some Ever Crisis stuff because there's a lot of Glenn stuff I would like to get into. I enjoyed the restraint they showed with Zack and Rebirth. Less is more in that case. I agree. Because think if we got a whole fuck ton of Zack stuff. Also, look at the Crocs. If we got a ton of Zack stuff, I think people would really be like, this is a fan service game, you know? It's because of the marketing. Every piece of marketing has Zack in it. Yeah, and you start the game as him, and I think we got probably the appropriate amount of Zack stuff in this game, I would say. Would have wrecked the pacing, I agree. And I think it would have been a little bit too heavy-handed. Like, the fact that there's this beloved character who has one of the, perhaps, for fans of the series, an even sadder death than Aerith's. Sadder for me. A more heartbreaking death. And the fact that he's resurrected and you play as him is already an insane premise. I think because the marketing people expected more is what I'm saying. No, I agree with you. I read your message before. I agree with you. I didn't expect more. I think I don't know why I didn't. I didn't expect them to like
slap sound
do that. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for 26. I remember people thinking he was going to bust in the Forgotten Capital and save Aerith. That's insane to me. But go off. I have not seen Twin Peaks, by the way, so no Twin Peaks spoilers. It's on my list to watch. It has influenced so many games I love and media I love. I will watch it. Did you stream Crisis Core Reunion? I did. Did they send you to the content creator box with a do not open until all credits roll item? No. I don't know what that is. What is that? No, Kiki, not at all. I think you're completely valid. Not an idea I liked. I agree. All I see is Jess wearing a soldier. It's me. This is just like when I played Remake and my head was always over Tifa's.
Revealed the cover very early in development.
You're good,
and were locked
Stardust.
into it. They revealed it just 5 months before release, and Nomura gave an entire logic to it that made Zack as equally as important as the other two cover stars. But even more noteworthy, in an interview with Game Informer in December, roughly 2.5 months from
I'm sorry, but when does box art ever like accurately communicate exactly what's going to happen in the game? I don't know. People are extrapolating a bit much, in my opinion, but
release, director Naoki Hamaguchi said this.
Yeah, I streamed Crisis Core like I think before I was even, or just after I got Twitch partner, so I was not a big creator at all yet. It was big enough to get partner, but I wasn't, working with brands really at the time. They sent a handkerchief for the tears. I mean, dude, that is fucking brutal.
Don't worry, that's right. But wanna hear? Not scary work at all. Stuff? Will I see you again? I'll be here.
I needed that handkerchief, man. Do you think they still have some lying around?
Quote, we have used the character Zack to depict the combined view of writer Kazushiki Nojima, creator-director Tetsuya Nomura, and producer Yoshinori Kitase, the original creators, intents of how this world of Final Fantasy VII came to be, and its policies and rules governing this world. This is going to be depicted through the character of Zack. As much as the whispers within the story, Zack is an equally immensely important, crucial key character to this story that I believe fans will enjoy in Rebirth.
Yeah, I think that, like, for me, the expectation that Zack was going to be more in the game, I think that, like, having an important role to play and, like, the impact does not equate to the amount of screen time they get, personally. I understand why maybe people thought that, but I think that's a little silly, in my opinion. Hi, Ash. This in the 7 remake Sector 7 pillar drop. Dude. I've talked about this before. So when I started streaming 7 remake, Final Fantasy 7 remake was the game I was streaming when I got Twitch partner. I was still kind of like finding my footing as a creator. And I never used to cry on stream. Like, I was never really a crier. I was pretty stoic. Let's see if I can find it. That scene on the pillar with Jesse and Tifa and Cloud is what like taught me how to cry on stream. Like in front of people, I mean. Like I've always been very emotional, but I have had a hard time like connecting with that side when I'm around other people. Like I'm very emotional behind closed doors, more so than even I am on stream now. I'm Scorpio rising, what can I say? And watching that scene in Remake is what like unlocked something in me that like reminded me. All right. Okay. It reminded me how to connect with that side of myself around other people again. And it fully made me a crier. It's funny to see where you are with that now, truly. Where's my 7 remake playlist? Am I blind? Here it is. I'm gonna turn up my sound. Dude, and look how baby I look. This was before Elden Ring came out. Meeting Reno. What day would it have been?
I love it. Though it's now time for their lessons.
What day would it have been? Is there any way to obtain Hell House? Okay, so what before this? Do you I'm waiting. Would it have been? When is it? It's after Rude. Okay. Oh, it's in this VOD.
You helping the kids out today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To build Midgar.
The next flight 15 hours.
So, you coming?
Judging by
What did I get in the cutscene here? Welcome in. Yes, Lindsay, we absolutely can hold hands. More buckets. It's more late game.
How do I get to Sector 7?
it's
Rooted and
simple
tooted and
enough.
died.
Just cut
Oh yeah,
the
they're
sectors.
going to Sector 7 here. What day was it? Well, he was there. I feel like they want to just show us his killing the vibe for little Betty. Escape the lab and Breath in the Wild. The pillar is before this part? Where is the pillar collapse? Before this with Barrett? I just want to find where I unlocked my tears. Oh, it's this VOD. It's this VOD. My emotions. Cloud. It's this one. Yeah, day 9. It's like just outside of my range. Fine. Bitch. Big's fucking dying. We learned that. Look, see, I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm not broken yet. Dead. I'm not broken yet. Yeah, I saw that. Running out.
Our lives are in your hands. If you don't open up.
Is it after the Aerith scene? Oh, dude, this part too.
She's with Cloud and the others. Daddy too? You mean Barrett? Yep, he's there too. Wait, Daddy's not coming home? Not yet. That's why I came to find you. Tifa asked me to. She said, take care of Marlene.
Fuck. Oh, yeah. Well, that's unexpected. Thank you for...
unlucky day, 'cause I never miss.
Mommy? I'm obsessed with her. Use caution. The fact that the whispers are around her too is so interesting. Oh yeah, and then Aerith hugs Marlene and then Marlene sees shit.
Oh my god!
And then she tells it to Zack. I would like some ATB. Oh yeah, it's right here. It's this. It's this. This is where I learned to feel.
Tifa. I can see the look on your face. So, you're the guy that gets to hear my
I lose it when Tifa cries.
lucky me.
Why would they?
Like hell they're your last.
It's okay, Cloud. It's okay.
Fate take Corneo.
They were all my
Agreed, Doc.
I had it coming. My hero. So gentle.
Just try to hang on.
I love Cloud and Jessie together so much.
So dramatic.
You owe me a pizza. One of the best lines.
I just
Yeah, the music.
I could have had you over again. Everyone with Mom's cooking. I really wanted to believe we could.
Yeah. You owe me a pizza.
Cloud.
That's right. I do. But I don't think.
Tifa.
Oh no. Tifa's
Tifa,
crying.
it's like Lindsay. Lindsay cries, I cry. Tifa cries, I cry.
Don't you guys have somewhere to be? It's not polite to stare, you know.
Why would they do this?
Jessie.
Hey.
Cloud, where's your emotions? She's allowed to cry. And so are you, bitch. And so are you, bitch. Anyway. I don't know how we got there.
As much as the whispers within the story, Zack is an equally immensely important, crucial key character to this story that I believe fans will enjoy in Rebirth. With this quote, just a couple of months from release, we find more evidence of the confusing dualities within Rebirth. The developers say he is an immensely important, crucial key character, yet he gets surprisingly little screen time and is practically ignored by Sephiroth.
But that
more than
doesn't
once.
mean it's not impactful.
You want a piece of me?
No, not you.
Not you. You're good, Zlopsky, you're good.
What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier. How could you turn your back on everything we stand for?
Easily.
Easily,
He actively disrespects Zack's
God!
presence in one moment and casually slaps away a piercing question in the next. Sephiroth treats
It's because it's different Sephiroths, right? Isn't that what we discuss? And how the one at the edge of creation is like good guy Sephiroth. I still love the theory that like Sephiroth is gonna be like the hero we root for in part 3. I really want that to happen.
him like a mild irritant, more
Current Jess crying at past Jess crying at Tifa crying at Jessie.
He actively disrespects Zack's presence in one moment and casually slaps away a piercing question in the next. Sephiroth treats him like a mild irritant more than an important character. And it's not just Sephiroth that seems to treat him this way. The game itself does by giving you the option to just turn off his scenes in New Game Plus.
That's fascinating.
His presence doesn't seem all that important, yet it apparently is. Hell, a Zack moment is what opens the game and serves as Rebirth's title drop. So then, why feature Zack so prominently and say his presence matters so much?
Because it does!
Sure, maybe because of marketing, given Zack's popularity.
It matters!
But I think that's too cynical and kind of backfired from talking to a few Zack fans who were disappointed with how little there was of him in the game.
This is fascinating because I maybe I had a different experience than a lot of the Zack fans. I thought the Zack stuff in this game was like perfect. It was not too much. It was not too heavy-handed. It didn't feel egregious. And I thought it all felt extremely meaningful every time he showed up. And like, he was put in there so sparingly that every time I ran into him, every time they gave me more of his story, I was like salivating for it. Yeah, Scouts, you're so right. You're so right.
And if it were only for that, I don't think the game's director would call him an immensely important, crucial key character. Of course he'd hype him up, but that description goes a little far considering how much of the game he's in.
I don't know. I think I'm really expecting him to play a Mondo part in part 3.
I think the reason is because the developers are truly thinking about the entire 3-game experience of this story.
Same page.
There were multiple moments included in Remake that don't really make much sense until Rebirth.
Yup.
It's because the developers are far more concerned with the full trilogy experience than the experience of each individual game, for better or worse. And there is no greater example of that than how they're handling the concepts of changing fate. The idea was clearly on the minds of every player as they walked up the steps to the water altar, the setting of the most famous death in not only all of Final Fantasy, but perhaps all of gaming. And it's clear the developers wanted us thinking about it a lot. First, there was the marketing cycle. In the lead up to Rebirth's release, the developers clarified as early as September that the game would conclude at the Forgotten Capital, where, quote, the greatest fate of Final Fantasy VII awaits you. They did a global media tour saying, quote, the whole of the story of Rebirth is building up to that dramatic climax, and believed Aerith's fate would, quote, shock even the players who have played through the original scene multiple times.
How do you think people are going to react to that scene? You know the one.
They even got major mainstream
I loved that.
Through the original scene multiple times.
How do you think people are going to
I
react
love
to that
this
scene?
motherfucker.
You know the one.
They even got major mainstream publications like GQ and the New York Times to write features all about the impact of the original death and if it'll be recreated in Rebirth. But let's give that a pass. Let's just say that's marketing doing its job. If you look at the first 2 games themselves, they also funnel the player into focusing on what may happen at this pivotal point. Let's recap. Remake builds an entire game around the idea of changing fate and hits us over the head with the concept that Aerith knows everything that is to come. She knows the potential consequences of Sephiroth's offer at the end of the highway. She knows the consequences so well that she even hesitates. But in the end, she chooses to accept Sephiroth's offer to follow him into the singularity and change fate. Sephiroth wants to change what's to come, and so does Aerith. And so, at the end of Remake, for everyone other than the most—
When are they gonna put this fucking soundtrack anywhere? When are they gonna put it on Spotify? When can I listen to the whole thing front to back? Just wondering. I have it on CDs and it still doesn't have everything.
Stalwart originalists who believed, and still believe, nothing major will change, it appeared that the die was cast. Both the party and Sephiroth worked to change fate, to change the future as they knew it and we knew it. And the cliffhanger text doubled down. The unknown journey will continue. The implication was—
They put CD's nuts. They put part 1 on Spotify, Prasha. I don't know. It's probably legal stuff.
Clear. Nothing from this point onward was guaranteed. So, how does Rebirth start? Not in the security of the world we know. No, it starts in Zack's reality with an opening sequence where everything we know is thrown into question and leaves us with a visual that teases Aerith's death. Especially for longtime fans who've had the image of the fallen white materia seared into their brains for the past 27 years.
Yup.
Right from the start, from before the first moment we ever control Cloud, The idea is planted in our minds. Aerith's fate is on the line.
He's just
Throughout the
napping.
game, there are moments of foreshadowing, some that they even sneak in quite nimbly.
And what about our fourth match? Aerith is in trouble. Will she survive?
While others are far more in your face.
Seek, and you are sure to find.
Yeah.
But alas, you shall forever lose what you...
Show me what you cherish most, so I can take it away. And that quote. Sephiroth from Advent Children.
cherish most?
The stars work in mysterious ways.
But there are also
Despair.
moments that are aligned to what's set up in Remake. Moments that are made to feel like they can be interpreted as a sign that perhaps her fate can change. From Kate Sith talking about a last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise you, to Marlene outright telling Zack that he needs to help Cloud save Aerith. The most important words, however, come from Aerith herself during her speech in the penultimate chapter of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
This chapter
Right
was
after
fucked
the
up in the
emotionally
best way.
tortuous Temple of the Ancient
Yeah.
Trials, Aerith says the past is set in stone, but the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. This has been an idea Aerith has repeated over and over since back in Remake, when she did indeed have confirmed knowledge of the future.
It did hurted.
It might sound crazy, but back in Midgar, Aerith and I could both see the future.
And you're asking me this? Just had a feeling you'd know. Probably did at one point.
Oh yeah, and then she had her memories fucking stolen.
All that stuff was taken from me, though. Or maybe erased?
That means she had seen the future and believed it could and should be changed. If this came from any other character, perhaps it would be easier to dismiss. But coming from Aerith, it feels significant.
Agree.
And if she hadn't said it in Rebirth and only said it in Remake, then I could argue, yeah, maybe they did change their mind. But instead, they made her double down right toward the end of this game. But putting myself in your shoes, I can tell you may not be fully convinced yet. Maybe I'm just a dude who is way overanalyzing a few lines of dialogue. Maybe there is something the developers know that I don't. A fact about how FF7 Remake's ending was received that made them change their mind about this whole changing fate thing. For example, hard data that showed that most players outright hated the direction of Remake. Well, as far as I can tell, that didn't happen. In fact, the data I found seems to say quite the opposite. In one poll of Japanese players conducted by Famitsu in August 2020, 75% of players said they were, quote,
I loved
very
7
satisfied
Remake.
with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Another 17% said they were quite satisfied, adding up to a whopping 92% of players saying they were satisfied overall. In fact,
Queso Barba, you didn't. It's perfect. Now watch it and listen to this. Oh! Material Hunter, you weren't happy about the ending of Remake? What was your... I would love to hear your thought process. I would love to know why. Not because I'm like disagreeing with you. Well, I'm just like curious about like what people didn't like at the time. Also, I played Remake first. That's like a huge factor in my takeaway from all of these. Felt too much like Kingdom Hearts. Interesting. How so? That's so interesting. Because I've played Kingdom Hearts. I've played a handful of them. Hi, Frank!
only 4.3%.
Yes, I agree, Doc. I think that I probably also think I look back more fondly on Remake having played Rebirth as well. I totally agree with that. A lot of people worked on Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy games. Yeah, and for me, like a game feeling like Kingdom Hearts would not be a negative. I think it's like a cool modern touch. Convoluted, best description. Okay, totally fair. Personally, I found the plot of FF7 original more confusing than FF7 remake. I think the original FF7 is just as convoluted as 7 remake, personally. And I can see how like the ending of Remake being a little convoluted is different because it's not a finished story, much like how Kingdom Hearts is convoluted in an unfinished story kind of way because they're still making more games. That's just part of why I love JRPGs. Yeah, even if it's the localization issue, even if. This guy are sick.
Indicated that they were at all unsatisfied by Remake. One of the player quotes, noted by Famitsu, demonstrated that Remake accomplished exactly what the devs were going for. Quote,
all that is to say, your opinion is completely valid, Materia Hunter. It like, I totally feel you. That direction is not for everyone. It's for me for sure. I'm a fan. And I feel as though 7 Remake and Rebirth feel extremely distinct to Kingdom Hearts for me because of the tone. But I agree that both have like very tangled narratives. Colin, I agree with that. It's just dense. I agree 100%. You just got to consume a lot. The only thing that maybe I would disagree with on that, and I have not consumed all Kingdom Hearts content, so I think that would probably change if I did, is also we've been streaming for almost 2 hours, hour and 40 minutes, and we're at 30 minutes through this video, so I have to let it play and stop pausing. Is learning about the Xehanort stuff, I think, and like the Ansem Xehanort, like all the different ones of him, whatever. That's where I like fully was like, now hold on. But I think if I had played every single game, I would feel differently.
Indicated that they were at all unsatisfied by Remake. One of the player quotes, noted by Famitsu, demonstrated that Remake accomplished...
There was a giant Heartless at the end. Oh, so you're saying visually too, in addition to the narrative? So you didn't like the final boss? Again, I would argue, even like, what is he called? Safer Sephiroth? The Sephiroth that is like the final boss fight of 7 Original, total Kingdom Hearts design, right? I would argue that it's very reminiscent. Like, I think the Remake final boss is almost a, like, I think it's derived from that Sephiroth design personally, but it does have like the darker coloring. It's a weird weapon, yeah. But like, again, it's not really that shocking that it's Kingdom Heartsy because it's Nomura, right? Yeah, Doc, exactly. I think if you're not a fan of Nomura's designs, it's valid that you might not enjoy the design of 7 Original, 7 Remake, Kingdom Hearts. That's totally valid. For me, that's my shit.
Exactly what the devs were going for. Quote, before...
Okay, I'm gonna let it play, guys. I'm gonna let it play.
Unsatisfied by Remake. One of the player quotes, noted by Famitsu, demonstrated that Remake accomplished exactly what the devs were going for. Quote, before I played it, I did not want them to change anything. But when I actually played it, I found myself engrossed in the story. I had not been into something this much since playing FF7 as an elementary schooler. In another poll conducted by Final Fantasy Union, there were similar results, with players scoring the overall game at an average of 4.45 out of 5, or 89%, almost 90%. And those scores for the ending were
Kiki,
slightly
for sure.
lower, it still averaged out to effectively a 4 out of 5.
I try to really
almost
focus
80%.
on that.
These polls aren't necessarily something to sniff at either. The
It's bold glamour cloud.
Nearly 3,000 participants from perhaps Japan's most well-respected gaming publication. And the Final Fantasy Union poll reached over 14,000 respondents. To put that in perspective, the average sample size of the top polls tracking this year's presidential election is just over 2,300 people per poll.
That's an awesome comparison.
It seems most people were very satisfied with the game and the way it ended. If anything, these results are a flashing green light.
Subtext, you fucking legend.
One of the polls was done by a legitimate publication that does these kinds of surveys.
Ooh! Subtext, did you compile this? Will you send this to me? Dude, I've been thinking a lot about playing Xenogears lately. A lot. I think I need to stream Xenogears. And I've been dying to stream this and a replay of this on original hardware. And this. Where's Yash? Dragon Quest mentioned. I've never played Xenogears. B is playing Wild Arms right now. I think the second one. There's 8. There's 9. There's Suikoden. 11. No, and no rush. Just if you happen to find it, I'd be so curious. Kingdom Hearts 2, my goat of Kingdom Hearts games. Shadow Hearts, we get in. I want to play Shadow Hearts too. Persona 4, Yakuza, Crash. That's funny that Crash is on there. I'm so not a Crash gamer. That's so interesting. Last of Us is down there too. Not a fan personally. And Ghost of Tsushima, I never played that.
All the time, and the other had a sample size bigger than many small towns in America, it is highly unlikely that any research done by Square Enix themselves would have produced vastly different results. To top it all off, as I was in the middle of editing this video, the developers gave the clearest indication yet that they are still crafting the overall story they want regardless of
Hi,
reaction.
Maddie!
In an interview with Young Jump, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said this when asked about how much creators should listen to fan response on social media. Quote, players' perspectives are very interesting, and I find myself learning a lot from them, so it's certainly something I look closely at. As for reflecting those opinions in one's work, I don't think doing so is necessary at all. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent. And in another interview with Anime News Network, in the same week, Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi said this about the ending. Quote, in terms of the fan experience we anticipated and also desired, I think we are satisfied in that there are both negative and positive reactions to this scene. Given all of the in-game evidence that they're still playing with the concept
what up, Tase me, bro?
Some fairly reliable signals that remake players largely approved of the new direction.
Hamaguchi is adorable.
Well as the lead creators behind the project,
I love his
saying
cunty
they
little
don't fully
glasses.
follow fan feedback and were anticipating and willing to receive negative reception to the way they handled FF7's most iconic scene. It seems to me that there is no reason to believe the developers changed their mind.
Agreed, Deuce.
And just in case you still think I'm wrong and feel like they've backed away from changing fate, then I ask you this.
Why did they res
Why
Zack?
did the official story recap that was released a week before launch and included right on the home screen ends by talking almost exclusively about breaking fate?
This was Destiny's crossroads. Every moment, every action, every step taken had all been as the Whispers willed it.
Who is this, Red talking?
To fight them was to break free. On the other side of fate, Sephiroth waited, the Whispers undulating within him.
Me, when whispers are undulating inside me?
On his rival, sundering destiny.
Yo!
The fight won, and the shackles of destiny broken. We stood before the unknown, a world of boundless freedom.
So it seems like that is what allowed multiverses to even be created, maybe.
It was there, beyond where fate could follow, that a
Bold
new
glamour.
journey began.
So, if they still plan to create a new journey beyond where fate could follow, then why did it feel
correct,
like
Maddie
Rebirth ran away from the idea of changing fate?
So this is
So
really
good.
not a sequel. It's the second act. It's of an ongoing story. It's not even a series as such. It's just a story that
Maddie, I bet you would enjoy
that
this
we
video a
show
lot
in
as a creative person.
in parts.
Aside from the simple fact that it's also the middle installment of a trilogy, there is a good reason people have been comparing Rebirth to The Empire Strikes Back since before its release. Empire has a famously unexpected ending that feels like a low point for the characters, and it is a clear cliffhanger that leaves audiences waiting for the full payoff of taking down Darth Vader.
Here, I'll share this link again. This is by our dear friend SubTXT in chat. Please, everybody go sub to SubTXT. Sub to SubTXT. This video is like a master class in like dissecting stuff like this. Already, we're not even halfway through. Yeah. Y'all should watch this. Maddie, if you're interested in the new FF stuff, this does have spoilers, of course. I don't know if you care about that, but I don't know. As like we've been talking a lot about how it's just so fucking cool how they took the same devs, took a game they made 27 years ago and were able to reimagine it and change stuff. I don't know.
Has a famously
very cool creative
unexpected
project.
ending that feels like a low point for the characters, and it is a clear cliffhanger that leaves audiences waiting for the full payoff of taking down Darth Vader. Again, In case you aren't a big Star Wars fan, Empire Strikes Back constantly comes up as the top-rated Star Wars film among fans, and while I surprisingly couldn't find any poll about Star Wars endings, it's often listed among the best endings and usually comes out on top of most lists. So, given the similarities between the two, why isn't Rebirth's ending as revered as Empire's? Well, for one, when actually digging through the history, it turns out that the ending of The Empire Strikes Back wasn't as universally loved in 1980 as it is now. At the time, lots of critics gave it some pretty harsh criticism. The New York Times review led with the title, quote, "The Empire Strikes Back strikes a bland note," and said,
"Wait, The Empire Strikes Out? That is an insanely amazing headline. Are you serious? That's legendary. Oh my God."
You led with the title, quote,
"It is interesting though, like, because thinking about how I feel about the end of Remake, love the end of Remake, I really fucking love the end of Remake now having played Rebirth. And the ending of Rebirth really grew on me the more I thought about it. Initially, I felt like SubTXT did. I was like shocked. I was like, I don't know how to feel about this. And I still stand by that I think they're trying to have us mirror Cloud's stuff he's got going on. But the more I think about it and realize that, the more I really enjoyed it and respected the artistic direction of it. And I'm hoping the third game, much like the third Star Wars movie that comes out, and then people will go back to the ending of Empire Strikes Back and love it. I'm hoping that like I too and others will go back and revere the ending of Rebirth even more than people are now. People aren't really revering it now, I guess, but I don't know.
The Empire Strikes Back strikes a bland note.
When you don't know why it matters, you can't fully grasp it, like the people of Empire. Yes. I think once we have the weight and resolution of part 3, going back to the ending of Rebirth is going to be out of this world. I do like Remake and Rebirth now that I've thought about it more. I'm glad to hear it. And you're allowed to not like them. You're totally allowed. As long as you don't hate on other people's thoughts here, I love to hear all opinions. Because I think that like it's a great way to like dissect art. Anyway, okay, I said I was going to keep playing the video.
And said, "The Empire Strikes Back isn't even a complete narrative. It has no beginning or end. After approximately 2 hours, Han Solo, Leia, and Luke are no better off than they were at the beginning." Which led them to conclude that it was, quote, "simply another chapter that appears to be continuing not onward and upward, but sideways." The Washington Post said it had, quote, "no plot structure, no character studies, let alone character development, and no emotional or philosophical point to make." Pauline Kael, probably the most famous critic at the time, was much more positive about it overall, but did critique that it felt weighed down as a, quote,
"Yeah, Jake, go for it. We're in full spoiler zone."
Unresolved plot. This fairly widespread criticism was such a known element that it became something reporters asked fans as they were waiting in lines for the movie across the country.
Think this is going to be as big as Star Wars? Bigger. And yet a lot of the
dude, that would have been so cool.
Although the critics are disappointed, consumers looking for an escape into fantasy this summer will have the last word.
And sure enough, fans themselves walked out.
Yeah, waiting in line for a movie. I missed that shit. I remember waiting in line to see The Hobbit. That was like the last big thing I waited for. And I saw the prequels in theaters, like with my dad. My dad took me to see the Star Wars prequels. But I don't know.
They really
it does sound familiar, Starlet.
But didn't quite have the same feelings.
Really done, Rick. Midnight Game Releases agreed.
I didn't understand any of it.
Midnight Game Release, Burning Crusade of WoW. I was like in line at GameStop.
I thought it was pretty good. I didn't like the ending.
The hair.
It could have been a better ending.
Us at the end of Rebirth. That's so wild.
I didn't like the ending. It could have been a better ending.
Okay, you just came out of the movie. What do you think?
It was a fantastic movie. They cut it short, though. There was no real ending to it.
This is so interesting.
Great movie.
Subtext, way to go finding these interviews. This is so cool.
A lot of things happen very fast.
As it turns out, the ending for Empire Strikes Back may be something that people appreciated over time rather than in the moment. And a big reason for that is because, much like with Rebirth, some fans walked in with certain expectations out of what they expected from the second installment.
It still didn't end up right. You gotta see another one. It might be a Star Wars 3.
Okay, so will you send me the original file for that? I might add it as an animated emote if we have a slot.
No, they didn't kill Darth Vader.
People were
I can imagine
expecting
subtext.
certain things. They wanted and expected even more out of Han Solo. They were expecting a more classic love story between Luke and Leia, not yet realizing that they were siblings.
That's so funny. Thanks, Queso. Thank you.
Classic love story between Luke and Leia, not yet realizing that they were siblings. And of course, they were even expecting Luke to win rather than end up like this. But as Vincent Valentine so wisely and appropriately put it before entering the Temple of the Ancients,
expectations often lead to disappointment.
I remember when he said that and I was like, what the fuck are they cooking up, dude?
That said, while Empire's ending may not have been so beloved at first, it did do something that FF7 Rebirth did not. In Empire, Luke Skywalker spends the movie wrestling with both his destiny and his past. The question of who he is, who his father was, why he's special, and what he will do with his gift is central to the story. By the end of Empire, he's given an answer.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father. No!
It's the one he and the audience least expect, but at least it was the answer to the story's main question. Who is Luke? Where is he from? And how might that impact his future? In Rebirth, the central question seems to be, as reiterated at the start of the game, middle of the game, end of the game, and even in the marketing, will Aerith live or die? And while there is seemingly an answer, it is one that is deliberately obscured. It is not as clean as this.
Luke.
Father.
Son, come with me.
Yeah, it's a very misquoted, spoiler line.
And by that measure, it isn't very satisfying, even among fans like me who have changed their mind over time.
I just missed the end. Hope you enjoyed the ending. I didn't. I don't know if I liked it as much on first view. I was more confused and I'd say dissatisfied. I didn't hate it, but my interpretation was I was fucking confused. To me, it was like too much information hit me way too fast. I don't know what's going on, man. It almost doesn't feel like an ending. I'm super in. I'm super in.
Wrestling with the ending in that way isn't flip-flopping.
Wait, McBain, they do? When?
It's just the outcome of handling a story, especially a story that we know, this way, and giving us a cliffhanger.
Yem's important. Oh my God. Are you serious? Meowsy said this in Nandre's chat. Old? Is that any way?
You just got coconut mold. Share this with all your friends to totally coconut mold.
Is that any way to address your older sister? I told Flaky the other day that I think you and I should do more co-streams because you annoy me like a little brother. For the record. Yeah, this is so fucked up in a really great way. Where's my tab?
That doesn't work like a lot of traditional cliffhangers. That's because while cliffhangers can't answer everything, they aren't typically so open to interpretation. They usually leave you wondering what will happen next, and not what just happened. Or, as Zack put it,
what in the hell is going on?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. That doesn't work like a lot of traditional cliffhangers.
Hi, Meowsies.
That's because while cliffhangers can't answer everything, they aren't typically so open to interpretation. They usually leave you wondering what will happen next.
Yeah.
And not what just happened.
Agreed.
Or, as Zack put it,
what in the hell is going on?
But here's the thing. So much of that confusion is about the events.
I have to make a tweet. Scouse, thanks for gifting a sub to Meowsies. Can't believe people don't know that that Nandre is actually my younger brother. Where have y'all been? LOL. Come on, paste. There it is. Guys, I typoed. Can you give me a break? I make one typo. I make one typo.
Surrounding Aerith's death. But is Aerith's death really what Rebirth is all about?
However, you'll never see the truth with such clouded eyes.
Clouded eyes.
After all, you're just a puppet.
You're just a puppy. Yeah, the shut up is so good. So good.
Most stories contain
let's go.
A plots, B plots,
Let's
C
go.
Plots, and their designation usually reflects their importance. In Empire Strikes Back, the A plot is clearly about Luke's training and the showdown with Darth Vader, while the B plot is about Han and Leia. They intersect and impact one another, but the questions about Luke are at the heart of the film, and it's the questions about his plotline that are the focus of the ending. In Rebirth, the A plot starts out about Cloud, but seems to end up being equally about Aerith, despite the final scene truly being about Cloud's mental state. On paper, lead writer Najima did the right thing. The true opening, minus the prologue, is a questioning of Cloud's memory, and the ending deepens that suspicion, going so far as
I know,
to
it's hollow,
distrust
isn't
and
it?
fear of Cloud's mental state, both in players and the party. But the larger meta story of Remake has shifted all of our focus as fans. We've become obsessed with the idea of changing fate, and for good reason. And so the hanging question over this trilogy has become, how will fate change? And the number one fate fans are concerned with doesn't really have to do with Cloud. In the long run, he'll be fine. He may be depressed for a couple of years, but he'll be fine. But it isn't really even about the end of the game. Sure, stopping Sephiroth and the meteor in the same way comes with some unintended side effects, but it's eventually dealt with and everyone's
Geostigma.
No, the main concern is with Aerith. With her fate already on our mind since the end of Remake, and with so much build up to the final moment that includes an all-out assault of foreshadowing, multiple goodbyes, a seemingly omniscient Sephiroth hinting that he knows what he's about to do, and a literal pause in the action for the game to say, yeah, that shit's coming. We finally reached the altar, and
They
what
do that, don't
Fate
they?
Isn't changed. And as seen through the lens of Zack's story, perhaps it never can be. Perhaps we're all doomed to our fates one way or another. Perhaps the big bombastic ending to Remake where we fought the granddaddy of Destiny was just a big fireworks show with no follow-through.
No!
Perhaps what people have been seeing as this bold, ambitious meta sequel masquerading as a remake really is just a remake.
No!
With a few extra sprinkles on
I
top.
want to believe.
That isn't to say that my personal hope was for Aerith to survive. Personally, I wasn't one of the people cheering when Cloud parried Sephiroth's attack. Even though there was I wasn't one of the people cheering when Cloud parried Sephiroth's attack. Even though there was enough talk of changing fate to justify it, it felt like they hadn't fully earned it. So I was a bit relieved when events were flipped on us moments later. That said, it turns what should be a very emotional moment into a rug.
There's me again! And there's Flora! Guys, Flora made it in! Bobby, a friend and chat member made this one, so he did tell me I was in it. But I am just in videos now, I guess. Vinsk is there.
Fully earned it. So I was a bit relieved when events were flipped on us moments later. That said, it turns what should be a very emotional—
Look, there's you guys!
—moment into a rug pull. Psych, we're not actually gonna let you save her. And in turn, it makes the whole premise of changing fate and the very in-your-face narrative focus of the first two games of this trilogy feel equally like a red herring. And while many people, including me, believe the truth will come back around in part 3 for a big reveal that impacts the primary plotline, the Cloud-censored A-plot will simply do so in ways that will lead to a similar, if somewhat different, mental breakdown for Cloud, just as he experienced in the original. At this very moment in time, that makes it feel like all of the new stuff that has driven so much conversation and excitement for nearly half a decade has been much ado about nothing. Sephiroth and Aerith knowing the future in ways they never did in the original, Cloud remembering Zack, Zack appearing to survive, Tifa falling into the Lifestream, all of the conversations about changing fate, the literal creation of new worlds upon breaking fate, self-aware references to Advent children, all are just in service of keeping us fans on our toes while adding a bit of perspective to original plot points. In fairness, that is what the developers have said is the purpose of all of this. But if you're like me, that feels like an underwhelming payoff to all of this potential.
Agree.
And it feels intuitively like some kind of betrayal of the way stories are supposed to work.
I also feel like the devs are purposefully holding some stuff close to their chest so that we don't all figure out what they're going to do. You know what I mean? Suck. Too many assumptions should only be about Aerith, though. You think FF7 is Aerith's story? Because I wouldn't agree, but I will hear your case if you want to explain.
Even if you can't quite put your finger on exactly the reason why. If you feel that way, it's for good reason. And so let's break down the real question this video has been building to. If I'm right.
I don't feel like it's unfulfilling at all. People just got their hopes up too high. I agree with that. I do think some expectations were kind of set in a way that makes Rebirth's ending feel like a very apt comparison to how people felt about Empire Strikes Back. And I think that like once the third game comes out, I'm hoping it'll close the loop in a way that kind of contextualizes everything and makes it feel really satisfying for people that might not feel that way right now.
That the developers didn't change their mind about changing fate, then why did Rebirth end the way it did, with Aerith still dying? Why did they create the world's most obvious Chekhov's gun if there was no plan to fire it when it would have seemingly mattered most?
Something that I will say is that each game in the trilogy is a different character's game, so to speak. I think part 1 was Cloud, part 2 is Aerith, part 3 will be Tifa's game. Just saying. Maybe part of how people felt about Rebirth's ending is how they feel Aerith's death in OG is the biggest moment in that game, or if they felt the actual unraveling of the main mystery with Cloud was. Agreed, Marith. Agreed 100%. Because for me, I feel the latter. I think that Cloud's turning point is the real twist, in my opinion. And obviously Aerith's death is like a major part of that. But I think Cloud's turning point is like what gives the story its depth. I think great stories are told when characters go through really powerful arcs like that. I think the way Cloud's character changes is like just one of the best stories ever told. Yeah, Lifestream sequence, yes. Part 3 will be Sephiroth's. I disagree, but I think that we will come away from part 3 seeing Sephiroth as maybe not a good guy, but at least a villain you can understand a little better. Maybe a good guy.
You're making me sweat.
I think a lot of what we've seen in Ever Crisis with Sephiroth, and the weird like Edge of Creation scenes with Sephiroth, I don't think they're gonna make him out to be the bad guy. I don't know. Bye, Baskerville. See you later. I hope World War III will wait till after Part 3 releases. Yeah. No, World War III will commence, but then we will all be saved by Part 3 release. That will bring world peace. Yeah, bad guy is and always was Hojo, 100%. I think they'll find a way for us to sympathize with Sephi and make somebody else the villain. Yeah, Angel and Genesis, dude, can you imagine? I think at the very least Genesis has to come back for part 3. Because like at the end, at that weird live action cutscene at the end of Dirge, he is alive. Yeah, Hojo is fucked up and evil.
Especially after Rebirth, there has been good reason to believe
things
may all just play out more or less the same as they did in the original. A lot of these new elements, like Zack being
Vincent
alive,
backstory is going to go hard.
Be constructed in a way that makes them temporary. For example, the worlds we've seen him in are said to inevitably fade away, and may only exist in Lifestream realities that aren't as fully tangible as they seem. So much so that he doesn't even appear in the pause menu while he's in your party at the end of the game.
What? What? That's extremely fucking cool.
And may only exist in Lifestream realities that aren't as fully tangible as they seem. So much so that he doesn't even appear in the pause menu while he's in your party at the end of the game.
So that's a sign that it's in Cloud's fucking head. Maybe.
And while Remake and Rebirth have been awash
You thought it was a bug.
children imagery, moments, references, and even music, perhaps they are all
Despair.
just knowing nods to longtime fans and not evidence that the events of the Remake trilogy are a direct consequence.
I love that so much of this video. It's perfect because it combats like everybody that would be all the naysayers that are like, it's actually just this. I don't know why you're extrapolating, but I love that the whole, like the way you structure all your arguments is like, it could just be a reference to Advent Children for the fans, unless it could just be this, unless, you know, I love that. I love that. And it's the perfect way to like combat those motherfuckers who are going to be like annoying in the comments.
Consequence of those future events. Just
Very
so
intentional,
everyone
I'm
watching
sure.
this is fully caught up to speed. There has been a long-running theory that FF7 Remake is effectively a sequel to the original compilation of Final Fantasy VII. This is based on the clear evidence that Sephiroth and Aerith in the Remake trilogy are working with knowledge of future events.
And this is why I think they're like potentially working towards a similar solution. Maybe not together. Also, look at the sunglasses on Sephiroth. Yeah. Hi, Pixie. Thank you, Pixie.
Which didn't happen in the original. I mean, perhaps Sephiroth knew some things, as he seemed to indicate at the Temple of the Ancients in the OG, but there wasn't any evidence Aerith did.
I will create the future. That's fascinating.
In fact, Tifa even refutes that notion later in the game. Because of that, interviewers for the past 4 years have been asking the developers
the Bloodborne switch it on to more.
how the Remake trilogy will connect to Advent Children. And the developers have
but isn't the whole Remake trilogy a spin-off of Advent Children?
used some shifty language.
Or like based on
In
it?
an interview with The Guardian in 2023, creative director Tetsuya Nomura said, quote, "If you play right through to the end, it will link up to Advent Children, so you don't need to worry about that." And in a bit of interesting editorializing, the newspaper noted that he said this with, quote, "a knowing smile." In an interview a couple of months later with Eurogamer, producer Yoshinori Kitase said this: "The overall storyline, the developments, will not go wildly out in a way that will not add up to Advent Children in the end. I don't think anyone wanted that. That's not what we're looking to create here." Interestingly enough, neither of those interviews...
Yes, this is the timeline that I am thinking of, is how Max like makes, like illustrates how, I love these doing in Photoshop, has Sephiroth like go backwards and then start the new timeline. Linking up can mean anything, truly could mean anything. Hey, as a J School grad, how do you feel about including that as a source of something with a knowing smile? A little bit egregious, say.
The speculation amongst fans, especially theory crafters, who pointed out that Remake technically
Look at his hair!
already linked up to Advent Children. In the final chapter of Remake, it was already confirmed by the devs that the party fought the 3 Advent Children, who were described in the enemy intel as an entity from a future timeline that is manifest.
Weren't they supposed to be Angeal, Genesis, and... Or no? Were they?
In the present day.
No. Who are they supposed to be? No? Maybe subtext says.
It fights with a sword to...
Yeah. Kadajizu and Laws. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. That is 100% what I'm thinking of. Other trio.
Protect the future that gave shape to it. So not only
the Advent Children
did it seem
people.
like Sephiroth knew the future, but literal future entities from Advent Children showed up in order to, quote, protect the future that gave shape to it. So even within the canon of Remake, Advent Children happened in the future. It had to have happened in order to actively protect itself. Not only that, but every future scene shown during the Whisper Harbinger fight was ripped right out of Advent Children. Even the scenes that were technically in the original were represented by their Advent Children version. So yeah, it already linked up and added up with AC. but it didn't mean that it would still literally lead up to it within the same chronology.
Yes, agreed.
After all,
agreed.
The Whispers fought to protect the future, and we fought to change that future.
Yes.
It's a compelling argument, but the reason there has been so much disagreement among fans is that there has continued to be evidence pointing toward the opposite belief, coming directly from the developers themselves.
Hi, Arca.
In the behind-the-scenes featurette before the theatrical re-release of Advent Children.
Who saw this in theaters? One's in chat if you did. One for me. I saw it with Scootish and Barry, and we got sushi before we went to go see it. And sitting at dinner, me and Scootish explained all of FF7 original to Barry. It was awesome. Barry's mind got blown. Didn't come out here. No. Oh, that's so sad.
Said something that sounded like.
Did you just hear my Chicago accent come out again? It's ZackDoc.com all over again. First time I'd watch it with subs instead of dubs. I think we saw it dubbed. I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah. Their mind was very much like the. But you know what? They still retain a lot of the stuff that we told them. Like. Dude, Scouse, it comes out, it's sneaking out more and more lately. Don, I have plans to watch it in Discord very soon. I really am dying to watch it. That weird one with Alec Baldwin and shit. I do want to watch it in Discord. But Barry has retained a shocking amount of the FF7 storyline. Like, sometimes they'll bring up, like, an alien parasite is trying to take over the planet's life force or something. I'm like, oh my God, you remember Genova? Yeah, I believe that the sub is great. I believe it. Yeah.
The strongest bit of evidence.
Yeah, Common. I can see that too, but I do think it's the Advent Children people.
Follow the remake trilogy. Advent Children itself depicts the world after the original FF7. But the remake project essentially also follows the major elements of the story of the original FF7. So timeline-wise, Advent Children's story should be positioned as one just beyond
Flop,
the story
I agree.
within the remake project. That meant,
and it makes sense because there's so many. I'm sorry, I'm pausing it again. I'll let it play. But so many people, myself included, Maximilian Dude included, are like huge, major Mondo, FF7, and Bloodborne fans.
About where Advent Children sits along the timeline has been, so far, the most damning evidence that perhaps it still does come after the events of the remake trilogy.
I do not want to just let it play.
Fiasco won't change fate. And
wait, Genova is the thing. I never made that connection. I love that movie. You're so right. She's literally encased in ice and they unearth her and then she fucking invades people's brains. Wait! How cool is that?
Damning evidence that perhaps it still does come after the events
and she
of the
mimics
remake
them.
trilogy, which would mean this whole remake fiasco won't change fate and everything will essentially play out the same way. And given how things in Rebirth
hell yeah, Greg,
played out the same as they did in the original, and everything so far seems to be building toward Cloud just losing his mind once again, it would appear that the cards are stacked very differently as we sit here post-Rebirth compared to how things seem to be at the end of Remake. In 2020, it really felt, to a lot of fans, like they were going to go wildly off script in Rebirth. And while there were some wild moments for sure, most things played out essentially the same. And when looking back on everything the devs have said, it feels like maybe they weren't trying to pull the wool over our eyes or misdirect us. Maybe they just really wanted to, quote, introduce new mysteries without straying from the original, as they've said repeatedly. Yet, something about that hasn't felt right to me. And I know, the odds are stacked against me, and I just outlined exactly how against me they are.
I agree with what subtext is
saying. So
saying.
many moments in Rebirth feel written as if to lead up to a new grand conclusion to the trilogy. You may be thinking that such a belief is coming from a place of personal preference, and I'm sure some of it is. But I'm also someone who has repeatedly said that I think the FF7 Remake trilogy will be more like the original than most assume, even in the days leading up to Rebirth. Yet, I do believe that given how much they have set up changing fate, they have to meaningfully pay off not only that premise from Remake, but all the beautifully crafted moments in Rebirth that seem indicative of a story that will go beyond the bounds of the original. For instance, big parts of FF7 sequel fiction seem to have happened in Rebirth. In the book, On the Way to a Smile, Aerith continues to live on.
I still have to
in the
read
Lifestream
this.
and describes wanting to get in touch with Cloud in order to warn him of Sephiroth's plans. As the book put it, she tried to think of some way to warn Cloud. As she pondered the problem, all of the other things she couldn't tell him rose anew in her spirit, vivid as life. There was also so much she wanted to tell him, but she never had known what to say or how. She hadn't troubled herself over this for a long time, and eventually she decided there was no point in thinking about it now either, unless she found a way to talk to him. And a bit later it continued, quote, she had seen what she needed to see, a glimpse of Sephiroth's intentions. He would begin by using others to act where he could not.
Yeah.
Should she do the same? No, she thought. Even if that's possible, I don't want to appear before Cloud as someone else. I want him to see me as he knows me.
Yeah. Which, isn't that scene from Remake where, like, if you get the Aerith cutscene, it's like kind of not really Aerith, but it's like the other Aerith. Yeah, from Remake. I love Tifa's Advent Children outfit. Yeah. Yeah, this shit blew my mind when I learned about it. And the more I think about it with Rebirth context, there's even more weight. Yeah, I guess I call her Omni Aerith, but I don't think I still don't really understand what Omni Aerith is. Is that just the Aerith like from the Lifestream that like knows what all the other Aeriths experience? Waffle, there's a theory that this isn't the Aerith, because at this point in the story, she's been like recaptured by Rude, I believe, or Reno or somebody. Like she's back or she like goes with them to go back to Shinra. And this is like before Cloud goes back to go get her, I think. Is that right? And so when you get this cutscene, it depends on like who your relationship is highest with, I guess, I think. And if you get Aerith, that's correct. Okay. If you get Aerith, she like appears like this because she's not technically in your party. And a lot of people think that it's not like Aerith that you know from this timeline that's like at the Shinra building. It's the Aerith that is like Omni Aerith, that is like in the Lifestream and like knows all the goings on in all the other timelines. Like there's a Sephiroth version as well, which I think is the one that we see at the Edge of Creation, who seems much less like malicious. And the Lifestream is all around her. Cloud can't even touch her. Her arm becomes Lifestream particles when he tries to touch her. That's right. And yeah, basically like she's already lived out what is like quote unquote supposed to go down, like the main fate. But because she's like omnipresent in the Lifestream, she can kind of go back and talk to Cloud. And then what SubTXT is saying in this video, like in the book, she talks about like how she needs to go back and warn Cloud and tell him things, and she doesn't want to appear as like somebody else, like how Sephiroth does it with his clones, for instance, and he uses that to spread his messages around. She wants to always appear as herself, so she goes like in person to go tell him and warn him and tell him stuff. Heavily implied, I don't remember if it was actually stated, that the Lifestream contains all memory of past and future, so Aerith and Sephiroth being able to move within it can see all that info. Yeah, that's right. That makes total sense, Starlet. Hi, Dagger. Happy hump day. I was like, what day is it? It's hump day. Good evening, Dagger. Yes, and she says, don't fall in love with me. That's right. They were all just Beagle Stamp. In Remake, you mean, Darth? Hell yeah, co-op. We got you. You're in. In Rebirth. The stamp drawn on the wall of the game's area, see if they're all different. I mean, there's a lot of other dogs in Rebirth besides just Beagle Stamp. I think there's what, like 6 or 7 dogs that show up? 12 hours? How do you feel? The implication is that it is also Omni Aerith in the My Dream at the end of Rebirth, which is why Cloud keeps saying you're acting weird. Yes, I remember that too.
Dream date in Rebirth feels like the ultimate manifestation of that dream. And as we know
in the gold saucer. Oh. That's an interesting take. I don't think I personally would have been annoyed if they would have done that. I think that it's for it to be possible for any of those dates to like occur in your main timeline. I think that is the way it should go personally, and not sequester them. But you know, teach their own. So much better. Been feeling like shit for the days and haven't been able to sleep. On the plus side, though, I finished BG3 during that time. You just needed a little hibernation zone. I get it. I emotionally cut my bangs and it worked out. You finished BG3. GG's. What'd you think of the end of the game?
Cosmo Canon NPC.
Without spoiling.
These worlds are likely created
this
from
quote.
the unrealized dreams that linger in the
This quote is
Lifestream.
crazy.
I've been reading a bunch of theories about this alternate world in the hope of going there someday. And over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating theory. It addressed the issue of what the Lifestream is, arguing that spiritual energy is actually a manifestation of our knowledge and memories. Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those.
Undertale mentioned.
Don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
With that in mind, I believe that Dream Date
Hi,
is one
Potato.
aired from the Lifestream, one that is different from the one we see with the party while Cloud is unconscious, finally realizes the dream of seeing Cloud.
That quote I think is like so crucial into understanding this game. I can't remember if I found it naturally or if chat recommended I go seek it out, but it might have been the latter. Or just go take a second look at it, but it's a really crucial quote. Really, Anemone? That's interesting. It's different composers, but they do share a lot of motifs across Final Fantasy games for music. Yeah, Starlet. The Hamaguchi, or, Hamaguchi gasp.
Out again.
Yeah, Dunrick, I think you're right.
Other things she couldn't tell him as described in the book.
Hold on.
The one we see with the party while
Hold on.
He doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts.
With that in mind, I believe that Dream Date is where an Aerith from the Lifestream, one that is different from the one we see with the party while Cloud is unconscious, finally realizes the dream of seeing Cloud again, shares some of those, quote, other things she couldn't tell him as described in the book, talks about the bigger picture, and says something she had previously only been able to say in an indirect way.
This makes the date sequence so much more palatable for me. That makes a ton of sense. I was initially so confused by this whole sequence. That makes a ton of sense. Also, Potato, I totally recommend this video. Do I have the link? No, hold on. Go watch it. It's long and it's worth. It's so worth.
In Advent Children.
The voicemail
I never
scene.
blamed you. Not once. Whatever happens, don't blame yourself.
That's a cool connection.
That I felt most confident that the grand conclusion of this trilogy would end up, at the very least, in a slightly different place, even if just emotionally. Just as Cloud is in a much different emotional state after Aerith's death and rebirth compared to after her death in the original, I think that even if events largely play out the same way for the rest of the trilogy, the emotional state of the characters and the final endgame of the story will be notably different than in the original. After all, what's the purpose of manipulating Lifestream realities to finally tell Cloud not to blame himself if he just ends up still blaming himself 2 years later in Advent Children? It would seem pretty damn pointless.
It's because she knows what's going to happen in Advent
that,
Children.
Not just because of the strength of the question itself, but because of a few other quotes from developers that people have potentially overlooked. In an interview in February, just before Rebirth's release, producer Yoshinori Kitase talked with the Spanish outlet Vandal about his mindset heading into the closing chapter of the FF7 remake trilogy.
This version of the
In
song.
it, he said that after spending 30 years with these characters, he realized something. Quote, the more I work on it, the more I start to feel like I want to make all these characters happy. I want to give them a happy ending. Knowing that the end of the original is fairly ambiguous, and Advent Children doesn't exactly depict the characters or the wider world as being very happy after the events of FF7, this is one hint that there may be an intention to do something different. In fairness, I also have to point out that in the same interview, Kitase noted that it's not only up to him. Quote, the rest of the team also have to be...
Press L2 to ask for help, chat. This was the saddest part of the whole fucking game. L2 to ask for help.
Taken into consideration, so it won't be all happiness and rainbows. But I just want to make them happy. But just like I don't believe the FF7 Remake trilogy has backtracked on the idea of changing fate, Kitase didn't backtrack on this idea when he once again reiterated this hope.
They love these characters so much, dude.
Official Rebirth Ultimania, published 2 months later
in
April 2024. Quote, on account of my age, this next game will probably be the last FF7 related work I'll be directly involved with. Of course, there's always a chance the world of FF7 will continue on in the future, but for now, this is the end of it. With that in mind, I hope Cloud and all the other characters will finally find happiness. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining. That note about not leaving these characters with any unresolved feelings just stuck itself into my brain, especially since Advent Children is almost entirely about the effects of the unresolved feelings Cloud carries. Not to mention that he once again says we won't know how the story ends, which seems a lot like the cliffhanger text that tells us no promises await at Journey's End. On the one hand, Aerith literally tells us the ending of the story as we know it, and it's the same one we know from the original game, which stays.
It's so interesting too, because at the end here, doesn't she only say like stuff she said before? Like she doesn't say new.
Have you heard of the hypothesis that
lines?
Aerith was an escort on the slums? There are hints like when she attempts to pay Cloud with a date. This gives a sadder twist to her character.
Oh, I haven't heard that theory, Dave. Why would they specifically say the story will lead directly into Advent Children if it will significantly deviate from it? F-Zero, they just talked about that, or Subtext just addressed that in this section here. I would go back and watch that segment. Because I don't think that they said it will lead into Advent Children. I think that was kind of a thing that kind of got blown out of proportions. Oh, she says new things? Okay. Putting everything in into her prayers and talking later. Oh, okay. Okay. You're right. Good call. How did this get muted?
On the one hand, Aerith literally tells us the ending of the story as we know it, and it's the same one we know from the original game, which they supposedly aren't going to fundamentally change.
Nice. Nice waffle.
I'll put everything I've got into my prayers.
This is new, you're right.
I'll stop the meteor.
Yet, we're not supposed to know how it all ends. That doesn't quite add up, does it? What does start to add up, though, is another quote from Kitase. Just days before recording the script for this video, he was in another interview with Anime News Network where he said this, quote, "We've always kept the original in mind, and I don't think it's going to be a storyline that will betray the fans of the original game. But also, at the same time, it's been 27 years since the release of the original Final Fantasy VII. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to the players playing this game now 27 years later. What this will entail exactly is something we hope players will experience soon. If all they're doing is keeping the story mostly the same, then why would he have to clarify that it won't betray fans of the original?
Yeah.
Usually you say that if you're planning on doing something that might feel like a betrayal, something that would be considered pretty damn different. And most importantly, he talks about wanting to give people a quote, new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction for players who have been with them on this journey for nearly
Cloud
30
and Sephiroth kiss at the end.
To me, that is the clearest signal that the end of this trilogy won't just be Aerith stopping the meteor, like she did in the original and like she says at the end of Rebirth. In fact, given how it keeps saying that this remake project feels like a story of dualities, two seemingly different things being true at once, perhaps the true answer is that it will be a bit of both. It will include all of the major elements.
Sephiroth is just like such a cool designed villain. His one wing, just like, he's the GOAT. Hi, Ryan. They must have a ship name. Cloud and Sephiroth. No, gee, we didn't even know about Holy until the revisit to the capital. Yeah.
Elements we know, but then go beyond that point, reaching a new conclusion without breaking what has already been. And there was a quote from the June interview with co-director Motsumo Toriyama, where he talks about something that sounds
Oh, isn't it Sephiroth? Yeah, Moonchild. I think that's what it is. Shapiro. Thanks for tier 3. Thanks for 34 months. Welcome back. You don't like that name? I think it has to do with the Japanese pronunciation of cloud, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Almost 3 years, dude. That's crazy.
A whole lot like that very idea. Quote, we would like to bring you a moving and impressive ending, which will answer all the mysteries in Rebirth and exceed the original
They have
game.
been great ones.
Maybe that's the answer. Maybe most of what we know will remain, but they will exceed what we know about how the original ends. It would be a way for them to honor the original while still taking the big finale of this trilogy into all new territory where they will be free to get a little crazy.
Yeah.
So in that spirit of getting a little crazy,
I love that idea. The fact that like they can still deliver on what happened in like the original, but then like the story keeps going and there's more to like close the loop on the whole multiverse. Sephiroth is actually a good guy thing that's going to happen, in my opinion.
Let's talk about why I think that Rebirth veering away from changing fate makes it even more likely that Part 3 will finally veer into it. And to do that, we need to talk about the structure of stories.
Sometimes, I don't even know who I am. It's like there's different people inside of me. And the worst part is, I can't even tell where they end and I begin.
Baby!
Soldier cells degrade. I think that's what's happening to me.
Cody's a fucking legend.
Falling apart.
FF7 restructuring.
Video, I said the developers are far more concerned with the full trilogy experience than the experience of each individual game. So let's talk about the full experience of this story. Most stories are divided into 3 acts. The 3 acts are often categorized as Act 1, the setup.
Did you animate this? Because this shit rips. This is so well done, dude. What a good ass video. I'm so impressed.
Act 2, the confrontation, and Act 3, the resolution. Within each of those acts are a few major tentpole moments. The inciting incident, defined as the event that introduces the main conflict of the story and sets everything in motion. The Act 1 break, a significant event that could often be seen as the moment where our heroes cross the threshold. The midpoint, being
subtext.
a crucial moment that changes the direction of a story. Then there's the climax, the falling action, the denouement, and so on and so forth. Odds are that nearly any story you've witnessed in any form, but particularly TV, film, and story-based video games, more or less follows the structure in one way or another, especially since it's a bit intuitive. It essentially boils down to the classic once upon a time structure, where a hero is living life one way until a certain event upends everything and pushes him on a new journey that has significant challenges and setbacks until he grows and reaches his happily ever after. Interestingly, the construction of the FF7 remake trilogy doesn't neatly map to the 3-act structure in the way you would assume, with Part 1 covering the entire first act.
Wait, that concept art was really cool.
Interestingly, the construction of the FF7 remake trilogy doesn't neatly map to the 3-act structure.
This is cool.
In the way you would assume, with Part 1 covering the entire first act, Part 2 covering the entire second act, and Part 3 covering the entire third act. Way back in 2017, Cosmo Canyon Observatory made a video where it tried to predict how many parts the FF7 remake trilogy would be. And to help guide their thinking, they mapped the original story against the traditional 3-act structure. And spoiler, they correctly predicted it would be 3 games. In that exercise, they had categorized Aerith's death as the midpoint of the entire story, and the reunion at the Northern Crater as the Act 2 break, also sometimes referred to very plainly as Plot Point 2. Because of that, they thought Part 2 would end at the Northern Crater, which is something some fans, such as myself, hoped would serve as the ending of Rebirth, given that it would perfectly bookend the game by starting out with Cloud telling his version of what happened in Nibelheim and ending with Sephiroth revealing that story to be a lie, leading to Cloud's mental break and betrayal of the party.
I'm so excited to see how they do this in 3-make, dude. Like, this is one of the best, like, gaming, not even just gaming, just storytelling reveals in general. I'm so grateful that I streamed this game. I'm grateful that kid me didn't play 7 so that adult me could stream it, and my reaction is like forever immortalized. Because I just learning that like he thought he was Zack and it was actually Zack and Nibelheim, and I don't know, dude. It's just yeah, I didn't know that twist when I played it at all. Like when I played Remake, I had no idea about that twist. I thought I knew the twist, which was I knew Aerith died. And I thought that was the twist. That was my red herring. Yeah, Dunrick, I remember because it's like I remember like piecing it together especially deeply in that scene in the High Wind. In original. Yeah, Dagger, you should. They're old. They're fun. I started it before Elden Ring came out. Yeah, Bobby P did tell me that Aerith, not tell me. In an interview, he talks about Aerith dying, but he did not explain the cloud twists. Where all the characters end up after this scene is so good too. I want to replay 7 OG. I will on stream, but there are 5 or 6 twists in OG more interesting than Aerith's death. I don't remember the other twists, but definitely that one. Yeah, he told me directly.
It will leave the story
Hi,
at
Dolphin.
a more natural cliffhanger point, with Cloud's unreliable memory exposed, Cloud himself fully manipulated and lost to Sephiroth, and Meteor summoned, leaving the fate of the planet in question as players looked up at the big death rock seen in the game's
Agreed,
logo.
Dunrick.
In other words, it would be closer to the experience of The Empire Strikes Back, more of a clean closed loop that starts with Luke on the path to become a Jedi like his father, but ends at a point where he's bested despite all of his training and learns that the path of his father was something completely different. Instead, Rebirth only went up to the midpoint of the FF7 story as we know it, choosing a moment that straddles both Cloud's story and Aerith's fate in a way that doesn't feel as cleanly centered around his arc as, say, Luke Skywalker's. Unpacking the thematic reason behind that, beyond the obvious fact that Aerith's death is FF7's most famous moment, may provide some interesting insight as to what they believe the broader theme of the remake trilogy is and why the handling of the altar scene may turn out to be brilliant by the end of it all. Specifically, there is something very interesting
I can't wait,
that tends to
subtext.
happen at the midpoint of most stories that is in line with why FF7 Rebirth didn't change fate in the way fans expected.
Yo. Yo! Okay, that was sick. That was sick.
The second act is called The Turn. The magician
Hi,
takes
Dark.
the ordinary something and makes it do something
Cinema.
extraordinary. Now, you're looking for the secret, but you won't find it.
Ooh.
Because, of course,
Ooh.
you're not really looking. You don't really want to know. I want to be fooled.
To help understand why Rebirth's ending even better sets up a part 3 where fate may change, we have to reference something from 2,300 years ago.
This is about to be my fucking shit. Let's go, bitch. This is now you're speaking my language.
Aristotle's Poetics. Don't be scared. I know, I'm going into Greek philosophers and I'm already...
This is how I like to structure my shit. Just bring in like the oldest, most obscure stuff that is actually gonna like make everything make sense. That's what I did for my video I recorded today about my theories for Expedition 33, which I'm hoping will come out on Monday. That's my goal. That's my hope. Get excited. It's filmed. We'll see.
Already probably 40 minutes into this video, but I'll keep it brief. In Poetics, Aristotle's
Here's the good
work
news.
about the structure of stories that many writers still reference to this day. He wrote that a plot has artistically constructed incidents, the most
Midsummer.
powerful of which are reversal of the situation and recognition scenes. He
One of
goes
my
on to
all-time
describe
favorite
them this
movies.
way. A reversal of the situation is a change by which the action veers round
I
to
want to
its
rewatch
opposite,
this too.
while recognition, as the name indicates, is a change from ignorance to knowledge. In layman's terms, a reversal of the situation is as it sounds. It's a reversal of where we think a story is headed or is about, while recognition is a moment of profound realization by the protagonist. Both sound like a perfect description of the two moments we're facing. The end of Rebirth, where the concept of changing fate is reversed on us, and the moment we're looking forward to most in part 3, when Cloud recognizes the truth of everything in the Lifestream sequence. As an interesting little factoid, the title for FF7 Rebirth in the original Japanese katakana also literally means the word reverse.
Shut up! Shut up!
And the idea of using a reversal in the middle of a story to challenge the story's main idea is found in so many lessons and conversations about storytelling.
I love this!
The famous screenwriting instructor, Robert McKee, who literally wrote a book titled Story, calls this the counter idea, which he describes as the contradictory voice of the primary theme. As he puts it, this is basically about showing both sides of a theme, which he describes as, quote, a controlling idea. One clear, coherent sentence that expresses a story's irreducible meaning. But to reach that ultimate meaning, a writer has to take the audience on a journey where that true idea, the real meaning and whole point of the story, comes through only at the very end, after it's been put to the test and earned. Quote, you have to build a bridge of story from the opening to the ending, a progression of events that spans from premise to controlling idea. These events echo the contradictory voices of one theme. The positive idea and the negative counter idea argue, so to speak, back and forth, creating a dramatized dialectical debate. At climax, one of these two voices wins and becomes the story's controlling idea. While controlling idea is kind of a strange phrase, it is ultimately what a story is about. Perhaps an even clearer articulation comes from the Chernobyl and Last of Us writer Craig Mazin, who calls it a story's central dramatic argument.
Theme is your central dramatic argument. Then the important thing is that the argument has to be an argument. I think sometimes people misunderstand the use of theme in this context, and they think a theme for a screenplay could be brotherhood. Well, no, because that's nothing to argue about there.
I have to see this movie. I have to see this movie. It is a crime that I haven't seen this movie.
Question one way or the other, it's just a vague concept. But men and women can't just be friends.
This is one of my favorite movies of all time. I love When Harry Met Sally.
Well, that's an argument. Better to be dead than a slave. Life is beautiful even in the midst of horrors. If you believe you are great, you will be great. If you love someone, set them free. Those are arguments.
Just like McKee explained, that argument is then debated back and forth. McKee called it idea and counter idea, but different storytellers and even different storytelling traditions call it different things. Mazin, for example, explains it this way.
You take a thesis, that's a statement. Something is true. And then you apply to that an antithesis. No, that's not true, and here's why. Those things collide, and in theory, what results from that is a new thesis called the synthesis.
In truth, neither.
I've heard Max talk about this a little bit, and seeing it presented, and I never really fully understood how that applied to the trilogy, the remake trilogy. Seeing it presented like this, subtext, you've done it. Thank you. I get it. And that makes me even more excited for part 3. Like, the hype is so real.
The thesis nor antithesis are correct, but exploring both extremes is necessary in order to drive both excitement and doubt in an audience. That's essentially what's happening in Rebirth. Remake provided us with a thesis. It's possible to change fate. And Rebirth explored the antithesis. Perhaps fate can't actually be changed. If the remake trilogy is following this fairly universal...
So what does that teach us in the third game? You know, you can change fate. Well, actually, maybe you can't. And so then what does that lead us to in FF7 Part 3 Ratatouille?
Exploration of theme, then it's unlikely either idea is fully correct, and will instead come to a head in Part 3 where a third idea emerges. The synthesis, which is defined in this way.
Which makes total sense that they're gonna bring the multiverse stuff back around too, because that allows both of those things to be both true and not true, which is another kind of thought process in these games of these dualities that Subtext is talking about in this. Dude, this is... How are we allowed... How did we get to live in this timeline? That we get to play and experience these games, and also the timeline where Subtext makes this kick-ass video and we all get to watch it together and geek out about stuff together and theorycraft, and this is awesome. I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun?
it's possible to change fate, and Rebirth explored the antithesis. Perhaps fate can't actually be changed.
Hi, Subco!
If the remake trilogy is following this fairly universal exploration of theme, then it's unlikely either idea is fully correct, and will instead come to a head in part 3, where a third idea emerges, the synthesis, which is defined in this way. Quote, the synthesis is the resolution of the conflict between the thesis and the antithesis. It combines elements of both to create a new situation, idea, or understanding that transcends the original conflict. The synthesis often represents the character's growth, a new equilibrium, or a transformed worldview.
And I feel like all, like myself included, all of us that are spinning our wheels about, well, can you change fate or not, is gonna, when the third game is over and done with, that is the changing fate debacle, I feel like is gonna be the last thing on our minds. You know, I feel like they're gonna have this other thing that's like the synthesis thing that's gonna come up and be the actual point of this trilogy, and the fate versus no fate, the fate versus fate changing whatever stuff is like a red herring. You know what I mean? And not in a way that makes it invalid or not important, because it is important to how this whole thing is structured. And maybe this, and maybe subtext is going to talk about this, but like the synthesis kind of like being related to the importance of Cloud's like transformation as well. For material loadouts, so valid, dude. So valid and real. Can Cloud be saved? The power of friendship.
That is what I believe we are bound for. Some unseen middle ground that comes out of the debate between whether fate can be changed or not. The unseen part is incredibly important because all good endings must feel unexpected,
yeah, Cherry, that's
even if
cool.
they appear inevitable in hindsight. So it's important that the antithesis, aka counter idea, seems almost immovable and impossible to overcome.
Me and Barry talk a lot about storytelling and stuff too. And Barry often cites, I think something one of his old film school professors told them once, which was good stories are both surprising but inevitable, I think is what Barry says. Like, you know where it has to go, and yet it is still surprising and satisfying. Speaking of inevitable, oh boy. What? What?
You just got coconut mauled. Share this with all your friends to totally coconut maul them.
Oh, did they announce this? I missed that they tweeted this. I guess I'll also quote tweet this. Impossible, you're not bald. God. Dude, I keep losing my tab.
McKee describes that idea this way: the debate between whether fate can be changed or not. The unseen part is incredibly important because all good endings must feel unexpected, even if they appear inevitable in hindsight. So it's important that the antithesis, aka counter idea, seems almost immovable and impossible to overcome. McKee describes that idea this way: quote, if your film ends up favoring one particular side of the argument, amplify the sequences that lead the audience to feel the opposite. If a story is about the idea that justice will triumph, then enhance the sequences expressing the idea that crime wins. Everywhere you look, you will see these moments of thesis and antithesis playing out across all kinds of stories. As an example, at the beginning of the original Star Wars trilogy, there is a new hope that the Rebel Alliance may have enough people power and belief to overthrow the Empire, especially with the help of Luke Skywalker, until The Empire Strikes Back reverses the forward momentum of the story, showing how difficult it would be to actually take down the Empire, especially if Vader is able to convince his son Luke the rebels' strongest asset to join the dark side. But ultimately, Luke helps usher in the return of the Jedi when Vader comes to recognize the worst outcome of the path he's chosen, the potential death of his son, and makes a decision to kill the Emperor, thus dissolving the Galactic Empire itself and finally delivering on the hope the rebels held at the start of the story. And if you notice, Luke didn't actually have to beat Darth Vader to topple the Empire, the thing he tries and fails to do in the second movie. Instead, he needed to save him. It's a new idea, a synthesis.
Yes!
I know it's been a lot of Star Wars, but I figured I would keep up that comparison for consistency.
Star Wars is like the perfect comparison, though. It's seriously the perfect comparison. Kill the Emperor, yeah. Somehow he's back. Crazy. Very much like the Dark Knight, yeah, which has been referenced in this too.
Might actually come, weirdly enough, from The Matrix. Before I get into that, however, a couple of quick caveats. I know Star Wars and The Matrix aren't exactly high art, but since they're mainstream movies, largely about fate and identity that most people have seen,
yes, they are.
Work really well as comparison points. It's also important to note that while I've been referencing a lot of Western storytelling theories, Final Fantasy is a Japanese story, and there may be some potential cultural differences.
True.
While I can't speak to them in great detail, I did look into it a bit while researching this, and while there are certainly some differences, particularly in how Japanese stories may sometimes be more contemplative than conflict-driven, there are similarities between the overarching structures as well as concepts that are very similar to the ideas I've talked about, like reversals and antitheses, such as the idea of the Ten and the Kisho Tenketsu story structure. Now that we've gotten those caveats out of the way, let's talk about The Matrix. At the midpoint of that movie, the antithesis is presented. Neo visits the Oracle that Morpheus so believes in, and she tells Neo that he isn't the one. That throws the premise, or thesis,
I want to rewatch these,
that Neo is the one who will control the Matrix, into potential jeopardy. But just like when Aerith says the line, quote, "The future, even if it's been written, can be changed," in a way that feels like it leaves the door to change cracked ever so slightly open, the Oracle also doesn't fully shut the door on the idea that starts the movie.
Sorry, kid. You got the gift. But it looks like you're waiting for something.
What?
Your next life, maybe. Who knows?
As we all know, Neo does in fact become the one. But it doesn't happen until all belief in that destiny is ripped out of almost everyone, including Morpheus and the audience, when Neo is shot dead. Because that's what stories do. They aren't worthwhile if the ending we expect is
Elrond, no!
Attained. The challenge with Rebirth is that people were expecting to reach that point with this ending. But this isn't the ending to the story. This is just the midpoint.
Yeah, Marith.
This is the Oracle telling us that the idea we walked in with isn't quite right. And saving Aerith's life isn't the fate that needs to be changed. In fact, Aerith tells us this herself.
This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world.
And you.
And you. So thank you, Cloud, for everything.
What is this?
It's been fun.
Eric!
I want to rewatch that again.
Walked in with this is easily obtained. The challenge with Rebirth is that people were expecting to reach that point with this ending. But this isn't the ending to the story. This is just the midpoint. This is the Oracle telling us that the idea we walked in with isn't quite right. And saving Aerith's life isn't the fate that needs to be changed. In fact, Aerith tells us this herself.
This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you. So thank you, Cloud, for everything.
What is this?
The music is so hopeful. It's crazy. You know what would be crazy too? If my theory that I always talk about is correct here, that Sephiroth, that this is like Omni Sephiroth and Omni Aerith that are actually kind of working towards the same goal, and somehow they're going to work together here. Like, which would make the scene having like happy music even more interesting, I think. It's about saving the world, not you, ties in with this book, with this being book Aerith, and I love all of this. It's one of the biggest revelations, least well focused upon point. Yes, agreed, Dunrick, agreed. Eyelashes coming up.
It's been fun.
What if Aerith turned around after Cloud fell and fired a shotgun at him? This is why we need them in Fortnite, okay? This is why we need them in Fortnite right now. Just saying.
Eric!
I don't think I really understand the Omni Sephi idea. Isn't Sephi possessed / avataring Genova the whole time or something? But what's the deal with him at the edge of creation where he's like, nice, you know? Because that's Omni Sephiroth, where I feel like he knows something about how all the timelines play out that really changed him. From after Advent Children trying to change something from the OG events. Yeah, Marith, yeah. We got Sabrina Carpenter in front of FF7. All the Sabrina Carpenter edits from Fortnite are like so fucking funny. I generally don't know. I don't get it. Do you understand now? Like what Marith said? Because even if it's a lot of the Sephiroths that we see are like Genova creations, Omni Sephiroth doesn't really have to be that. But Sephi, so Omni Aerith and Omni Sephiroth are like kind of like the all-knowing versions that exist in the Lifestream, and then can like under certain circumstances appear to characters in any timeline at any time to talk to them. You got me? Yeah, Sephiroth can use the timeline to freely move through the Lifestream. Yeah. Oh, yes!
Careful now. That which lies ahead.
This Omni Sephiroth. You're good, Starlet.
Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
See, it's interesting because Aerith and Sephiroth are both like, we have to save you, Cloud. Like, for whatever reason, the two outcomes that Sephiroth and Aerith want both require Cloud to live. So whether they want the same thing or different things, they maybe will work together in some way, shape, or form, which is very interesting when you think about this theme or this scene with the happy music, even though it could just be happy music to like kind of give us a weird dissonant feeling. But I truly believe, I want to believe, I don't think there's a ton of evidence for this, a little bit of evidence. I think that Sephiroth and Aerith are going to end up working together in some way in part 3. Lifestream Aerith and Lifestream Sephiroth playing 4D chess as the backdrop of the trilogy. It's like slowly becoming more clear what he means, but it's like we're still missing a crucial piece. Yes. It's so confusing. And I think something that's going to be so satisfying is when the third game comes out and we can go back to all those like edge of creation scenes and be like, oh. I feel like that would piss off a lot of people. Maybe that's the betrayal they're talking about, is turning Sephiroth into a good guy. Which I stand by. And I think that like looking at the Ever Crisis cutscenes at the edge of creation with Sephiroth, like that is the first moment where I was like, oh, I think they're going to have us sympathize with him. I hope Sephiroth does not become a good guy in any way. I think it'd be an amazing turn of events if they're able to pull it off. I think it would not be good for the franchise. Okay, well, for the record, I don't think that like he will become a good guy in the way that Cloud or Aerith is a good guy. I mean more so that like, I think he's going to become like somebody that we can actually root for. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, Sephi can be good because Jenova is bad. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I don't talk about this in the video. Not sure about good guy, but I see him. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Subtext. Turning on Jenova. That is truly what I mean. Is that maybe at these edge of creation scenes we see more of him and less of Jenova. A neutral, tragic character simply manipulated by Jenova and OG, 100%. And I think that the more we see in Ever Crisis with the prequel stories, and the more I rewatch these edge of creation scenes and these cutscenes from Rebirth in general, I feel like that is more and more prevalent. There'll probably be a team up and then a betrayal or something, but it makes them enemies again. Maybe. Who knows? But I think 100%, mark my fucking words, clip this and talk to me in like 4 years or whatever. 3 years when it comes out, 2 years. I don't know what's gonna come out. I think Sephiroth we're gonna root for him. We're gonna root for that motherfucker. Mark my words.
Our world will become a part of it one day.
Yeah, Dunark agreed.
But I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
This is
the edge of creation.
Oh, what a cool edit, dude. That's so sick. Oh, it's me!
Most people are...
It's me! It's me! It's me! Look, it's me!
Confused about what happened with Aerith. There's generally...
I'm going, what?
Although most people are confused about what happened with Aerith, there's generally very little confusion about the reasons for this ending. The biggest reason is not only glaringly obvious, but also something the developers have openly talked about even as recently as in the days leading up to the recording of this video. It's to keep us confused and talking for the next 3 or so years. The other narrative reason that we can all agree on is that this ending is meant to deepen the unreliable nature of Cloud's mind, to make him believe not just a false version of the Nibelheim events, but also a false version of what happened at the Forgotten Capital. But as I mentioned earlier, if the reason is just to send Cloud into a mental breakdown, an event that already happened in the original solely with the misremembered events of the Nibelheim incident, then why would they have to make Cloud also misremember Aerith's death? I believe it relates to what may be the primary theme of the remake trilogy.
God,
the
it's
central
such a
dramatic
beautiful
argument
shot.
or controlling idea or whatever you want to call it. Sitting here right now, I don't know what that will be exactly, but this is my current best guess based on the ideas the remake games have been exploring. As of today, I'm pretty certain the overarching theme of this game will involve at least one or all three of these elements: strength, control, and acceptance, and they may all intersect in some way. We will end by talking about acceptance, which is probably the primary idea at the end of all of this, and partially the most obvious. So let's start with the other two first: strength and control. The concept of what strength is seems like it will be core to the FF7 remake trilogy. For one, Cloud's insecurities and challenges are driven by perceived weakness. In the original, his failure to make it into Soldier is a defining moment. He saw Soldier as a way to become someone, a hero like Sephiroth, but he fails and guards that secret with great shame. And yet, despite not having the superhuman, alien-enhanced strength of Jenova cells like other soldiers who challenge him, despite not even being seen as fit to be a soldier, it is Cloud who accomplishes what no one else can by facing and killing Sephiroth in Nibelheim. Still, it's this
crazy
internalized weakness which Cloud carries that Sephiroth keeps digging into. In Remake, right after the fall of the Sector 7 plate, Sephiroth pierces this topic very directly.
You have failed again, I see.
Oh my god. He's so hot and scary.
But through suffering, you will grow strong.
Ah! Oh, his voice.
Isn't that what you want?
Cloud.
Later, at the Edge of Creation, Cloud challenges Sephiroth, perhaps emboldened by his success in the fight against him in the Singularity, but fails. He isn't strong enough. In the Gongaga scene with Tifa and
what
Rebirth,
will you do
we see
with
Cloud truly question
Me?
himself for the first time.
Gongaga.
How could he be a hero, the embodiment of someone who is strong, when he is so weak that he can't save Tifa seemingly at any point, either from their fall
Professional
from
Cloud
the need of his
bother,
kids,
literally.
or even from himself after being influenced by Sephiroth? That's because Cloud has a very specific idea of strength, one that doesn't really apply to him. In fact, Nomura goes so far as to marvel at Cloud's weakness in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
クラウドってめちゃめちゃ多分弱い男なんで、子供の見るものの大半っていうのはすごいヒーローっていうのは強くてかっこよくてっていうその弱いところはないっていう、なんてこう情けないんだろうっていうふうに。
Another reason it feels like this idea will be explored toward the end of the remake trilogy is because it's currently being explored in the other Crisis episodes about young Sephiroth. There is a surprising amount of conversation about strength and weakness.
That's so interesting!
Bemoans those who are too weak to do what's necessary, and toward the end of the Rador arc, Rosen says something very similar. Becoming stronger is celebrated in the world of FF7, so much so that Cloud seems to consistently view it as the solution to everything. He even thinks it can help the Lifestream.
Also, for the record, I know not all of you have seen my Ever Crisis streams, but I do periodically just like burn through a ton of Ever Crisis content at once when new stuff gets released. I haven't in a while, but I will stream those just so people know.
Got a question. Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies, right?
Yes.
There any way to avoid this? Like making the spiritual energy stronger?
But there appears to be a misunderstanding about what strength is, as Aerith talks about at the Temple of the Ancients. Interestingly, the localization of this speech differs quite a bit from the source Japanese, as illuminated by my friends over at Shinra Archaeology Department. While the official English localization has Aerith define strength as forgiveness, a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue talks about something a bit different. Quote, sadness and anger may make us stronger, but they change who we are. I believe true strength is different from that. It's something we carry in our hearts, something soft but unbreakable. That's what I think. So focus on the future, not the past. We can become even stronger than Sephiroth, far stronger. Soft but unbreakable may be the truest description of Cloud. And on the way to a smart...
That's so cool. I love that, like, Cloud... I never thought about it this way, that Cloud's power does come from his weakness and, like, his softness. And that's kind of what leads him to being strong. Because he's unbreakable in the end. Subtext, you've done it again, you motherfucker.
Aerith
I love
about
Cloud.
needing to get Cloud's help to stop Sephiroth once again, but fears doing so.
Bye, Co-op. I'll see you later, dude.
Quote, Cloud will help me. I know he will. But I also know it will end up hurting him. The Cloud she knew had a heart so very easily wounded. That soft underbelly of Cloud is what gives him the strength he needs when he is pushed to the brink. When his town is burned, his friends are hurt, and he is on death's door, that soft, loving heart is what gives Cloud the willpower to do the impossible. But it also has the opposite effect.
Despair. May I give you despair? It reminds me of something that I always think about that I really love in the deck of tarot, where one of the big major cards is the strength card, but the way strength is depicted is by a woman like taming a lion with her kindness. So the strength card in tarot is more so that kindness and softness lead to strength. And that it's not just about being like the buffest dude. It's about having kindness and like treating everything with kindness, and that is what gives you strength. And that is Cloud.
Can lead him to tremendous despair. But facing your darkest moments and thoughts, being pushed to a point of wanting to give up, is what makes Cloud such a genuinely human hero that we can all see ourselves in.
He just needed a little encouragement from Zack. Don't tell Aaron that. It reminds me of a line from Yoshinori Kitase talking about how we deal with grief as a lack of strength to change fate. When you lose someone you loved very much, you feel this big empty space and think, if I had known this was coming, I would have done things differently. These are feelings I wanted to arouse in the players when Ares' death relatively early in the game. That's cool, Plateaus. That's a really cool connection. Same, Materia.
思ってしまう面もあるような、ある意味すごい人間らしい人間というかキャラクターなんで、そういうヒーローっていうのはまああれでも一応ヒーローなので、そこまでこうちょっと弱いリアルなヒーローっていうのはなかなかいないと思うんです。それを見た人というか見た子供たちが、
This is really
どうすれば
sweet.
情けない男でも周りの要は仲間がいたり、その自分が大事なものっていうのが見つかれば強くなっていけるというか。
That's like why storytelling and art is so important, dude. That's so meaningful.
It is that softness, that love for all he cherishes, that Sephiroth views as an illusion. It is diametrically opposed to Sephiroth's philosophy, which is a dynamic you always want between your hero and your villain, characters who are living, breathing embodiments of opposing viewpoints. And Cloud embracing who he truly is and seeing that as a source of strength rather than a source of shame.
That's the scene. That's the scene where he like realizes his true self, isn't it? That's where my shit got rocked playing OG.
Is, in my opinion, the key to him doing what he couldn't do in Rebirth, finding a way to change fate, or rather, control it. The essential and defining moment in FF7, and certainly in Cloud's journey, is the realization of who he really is in the Lifestream sequence. Because, in addition to being a story about—
Whoa. That feeling when your little brother gives you a raid? Hey, big sis. Hi, Raiders. This is nepotism. Non, you're 6 minutes away from using it. Non, thanks for the raid, dude. Excited for tomorrow. How did your tech check go today? Hi, Raiders. I'm Jess. I'm Nandra's big sister. We are doing a big lore deep dive into Final Fantasy VII today because a friend of the stream, SubTXT, put out a huge 2-hour video about it, and it's like the best video about FF7 Rebirth there is, period. If you're curious about 7 and want to play it, haven't played it, I encourage you to lurk for spoilers. They didn't understand the green screen. Really? FF7 Afterbirth. Kinda. That's funny, they didn't understand the green screen. You ever talk to Yuffie on the ship with Cloud after that? He talks about his own weakness and how he's getting motion sickness. Yeah, it's very sweet. It's very, very sweet. Yeah, Shaker, I'll see you later, dude. FF7 Ratatouille, correct. Also, Non, I think you would actually really love this video. Because SubTXT goes into a lot about film and storytelling in this. So if you're ever wanting to like put on a video and like, you know, let it play while you're doing something or listen to it, like it's worth listening to if you enjoyed film and stuff, and I know you do. The biggest reason why I like this video is one of the few FF videos that doesn't shit on any other Final Fantasies. Yeah, it's, you know what? It's so easy to not shit on other Final Fantasies, you know? It's so easy. I like the idea of him sorting himself out and his motivations gives him the agency he needs to control fate. Totally. Yeah, he's gonna like have this like actualization moment. Except 10, shit on 10, please. Not even Dirge. That's true. I didn't play Dirge. I just watched the cutscenes, but I like the cutscenes. I know that's not the problem with that game, but you know.
About life and death, FF7 is a story of self-actualization.
I just said that. Wow.
And just like in our everyday lives, it is only possible to take control of your life once you come to—
Ain't no getting off of this train!
to terms with the truth of who you are and find strength in that. Yet while strength and weakness are directly discussed throughout the compilation and remake trilogy, the idea of control is found when you analyze the first two games a bit more closely. When looking at the long arc of this 3-game story, we start to see the first intersection between the concepts of strength and control way back in Chapter 2 of Remake.
You are too weak to save anyone. Not even yourself.
Sephiroth implies that at his core, Cloud cannot affect the change he wants. Not only will he be unable to save Aerith, but he won't even be able to save himself, which, given the events of the original game, is true. And though Sephiroth plants that seed, Remake smartly sidesteps it.
Roche!
After all, Cloud is the hero and you are playing as him. The devs needed you to believe in him, needed you to believe you could be a hero that can overcome any odds, so they can strip it away in the second game. And that's what Rebirth does. It begins to prove Sephiroth's point. Cloud can't save anyone. Even after defeating the Harbinger of Fate and creating the possibility of literal, reality-breaking change, Cloud reaches a point of not believing he can.
I'm guessing you can't anymore, though?
Nope. Not even a bit.
Is this a bad time?
Whatever we had, I think the Whisperers took it from us when we left.
Huh.
Seems Arbiters of Fate can do whatever they want.
Soon, Zack,
So
soon.
you
I'll fix all
told
those
us.
commands.
Oh, did I? Huh. I wonder if this means we'll eventually forget they even exist.
We'd be better off if we did, frankly. There's no point in wasting our time worrying about fate if we can't change it.
That lack of belief is likely driven by how Cloud perceives both his past and his future. Every time Cloud has tried to control the outcome of events, at least as far as he remembers, he fails. During the Nibelheim incident, he laments being knocked out by Sephiroth too long to make a difference. He then sees himself crawling too slowly to stop what happens to the villagers.
I think people get real bent out of shape about which Gold Saucer dates are canon. I think all of them are canon and also none of them are canon. In my mind, I think they are all valid and real. None of them are canon, but just a joke. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. None of them contradict the others. Yeah. Like, I don't know. The shipping stuff is something I never engage with. So many people, like so many first-time chatters come in here and ask, when I was playing this game especially, would come in and ask, do you ship Cloud and Tifa or Cloud and Aerith? Every time I say I ship Tifa and Aerith. Red is the canon one. Red's line contains information we already know, though. Crazy idea. In a choice-based games, all choices are canon. Yeah. Well, didn't the devs say that, like, none of it is canon, which I think is also their way of saying any choice you make is valid, you know? Anyway, for me, all the date outcomes and all the dialogue choices you get matter and are canon to me in my brain, in my head canon. All of them matter to me and all of them are significant. People can like just decide whatever they want for themselves, but that is what I believe. Gabe, it is not dissimilar. And this is in this video, Subtext talks a lot about comparing this trilogy to the original Star Wars trilogy as well. So there are a lot of parallels. Interestingly, even though it's from the Red date, the main quote they used to promote Cloud and Rebirth was that one. Better off not worry about fate if you can't change it. It was in all of the Cloud promotional material. Fascinating.
Just as he finds himself in the same exact position while trying to stop Aerith from going to the Forgotten
I don't know if I
alone,
connected that.
Knocked out by Sephiroth too long to make a difference. He then sees himself crawling too slowly to stop what happens to the villagers. Just as he finds himself in the same exact position.
It is. It's totally the
while trying
same.
to stop Aerith from going to the Forgotten Capital alone. And while having to wrestle with that past, Cloud has to move forward on a journey that serves as a constant reminder of his seemingly inevitable future. Cloud spends the entirety of Rebirth following the Hooded Men, ex-soldiers just like him who have been reduced from magnificent heroes to mindless husks. And he sees that transformation right before his eyes. This is his fate, no matter what.
There's no escaping the degradation. My friend.
I love Roche so much, dude.
Even worse.
That is, you're right. That is the scene that music was born from. Who has that clip? I'll play the clip if somebody finds it.
That fate isn't just inevitable, it's damn near imminent. Throughout Rebirth, Cloud loses control of himself, sometimes to a mindless daze, and at other times to the control of Sephiroth, just like the hooded men he's been following. And between flashes of the experiments done to him and the explanation by Dr. Sheeran, that future is all but a scientific and genetic certainty, as seen in the reunion vision from the gap between worlds. All of this leads to the final chapter where this belief is truly put to the test.
Wait, what did Bobby say? Bobby said something, and I missed it. I think my favorite part about 1 hour long plus YouTube videos is the fact that, you know, the person talking about it knows their shit. I make videos that are 10 and 15 minutes long and know how much prep work and scripting goes into that. I know you do too, Jess. Yeah. I mean, Subtext has been working on this for like, what, a year? Oh, here it is.
All right, my friend, it's the final lap. So let's cut it one last time!
He's mine!
How are they just gonna do this after you do that giant fight with Vincent and you walk outside and Roche gets on a motorcycle that falls out of an airplane and does donuts around you, and then he says, let's just do a 1-1 fight really quick. How is that allowed? How is this game allowed to do any of this? Music?
So let's cut it one last time!
He's mine!
How are they just gonna do this after you do that giant fight with Vincent and you walk outside and Roche gets on a motorcycle that falls out of an airplane and does donuts around you, and then he says, let's just do a 1-1 fight really quick. How is that allowed? How is this game allowed to do any of this? Music?
All right, my friend, it's the final lap. So let's cut it.
Allowed to do any of this? Music? This is right after the Galleon Beast fight. Also this. Oh yeah, this one's good. I love this one.
You saved me before. Now it's my turn.
Kiss. Kiss. I can't believe this happened, dude.
You saved me before. Now it's my turn.
Kiss. Kiss. I am Yuffie.
Aw, worried about little old me?
I am Yuffie. I am.
Sorry.
But yeah, if you're ever curious where this emote comes from, where Just Cat music comes from, it's this. I'm gonna fight really quick. How is that allowed? How is this game allowed to do any of this? Music? I forgot how good this clip is. It's so funny. Can we talk about the 40-year-old man controlling a robot cat spying on them? Fair point. Jess Cap goes into the live stream to tell Jess Cap how good the music will be. I am Omni Jess Cap. This video is really enforcing my theory that the narrative arc from Remake is Cloud getting some stable mental health up to the high point of offering himself to Barrett as someone to talk to post-dying, and then he starts unraveling progressively from that point, starting with Gungaga. Oh, fascinating. He works in local government.
And Sephiroth descends from the heavens.
I don't want to further derail from the main video we're watching, but these are reminding me of the clip of the amazing dad joke you accidentally made referring to Cosmo Canyon as Gorge. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you guys have favorite clips from this playthrough, please share them. This is the perfect time to watch them. Those like were not edited for TikTok. That was before I had hired Queso to edit for me, and I edited some of my early stuff for TikTok, but not past like chapters 3. I'm not gonna not. The squats. No way! not gonna not. Dude. This was such a special time. We just have to like exist in this world long enough to get to part 3. You know what I mean? Pre-bang Jess, yeah. When I think of your laugh, this is the one I think of, really? I'm not gonna not. Bobby, have you seen when people tell me my laugh scream sometimes sounds like Tom and Jerry? Yes, yeah. I just need to live long enough for the remake, truly. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit, maybe not this summer, maybe next summer, or maybe the Game Awards in December. We see a little something, a little crumb. Yeah, you know what video it especially is in? It is the one where they showed us Vincent. Melania's secret brother and my secret brother, not Trey. I don't think it's that one. I think it was the state of play. It was this one. Hello, it's editing Jess. I just wanted to give you guys a headphone warning. I didn't know for sure that 7 Remake Rebirth was going to be in this state of play.
Next year's most anticipated.
What? What? Sorry. It's okay. Flora. Oh my god. Oh, cool, Zlowski. Okay.
I don't like it.
Also, this is where I took my current Twitch profile picture from. For those that are curious. Look at Flora. It's my face when I see Vincent Valentine.
World order.
Yeah, Baba, we can. Of what, rat?
Close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that.
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
We can overcome.
The angle, my camera's lower, I think. I don't know why it looks different. It's daytime. Is it just daytime, Zach?
Our fate.
I think it's simply daytime. I truly think that's the only difference. I'm not kidding.
Am I the same as these
Genova?
monsters? Am I even human?
That's directly from the original. Here it comes. Wait for it.
So you heeded the call too, did you? What are you talking about? As you can see, your
I think we'll get an update on part 3 probably this year. I would guess.
brothers down there having a little get together.
First segue.
I suspect they're soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Show me Vincent and Sid.
Come on.
Yuffie is there. This is a year ago.
On me.
Oh, Chloe.
Excuse me.
He's alive!
A weapon?
Tutelary creatures, set only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
That's gotta be Bugenhagen sequence. Here it is.
It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds merge.
That is the Tom and Jerry, Jess.
I'm waiting.
Cloud. Do you think it'll be louder than this the next time? Yes. Yes, I'm even more unhinged and invested.
A weapon?
Tutelary creature.
Like, the sound I make is when Tom, like, gets an anvil on his toe or something.
Said only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
That's gotta be Bugenhagen sequence.
Who dares destroy my soul? It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds.
Yeah, September of 2023 was this. These were the days. It was before I even played the DLC. Oh my god, it will probably feature Reno. A year and a half ago. I've been living in this apartment for a while. Okay, let's get back in. When Rebirth was announced, I think it was, I don't think it was definitely announced. I think it was maybe when we got the title? It was the release date trailer. And so we got the release date. Vincent gameplay reveal will be nuts. Agreed.
Flashes of the experiments done to him and the explanation by Dr. Sheeran, that future is all but a scientific and genetic certainty, as seen in the reunion vision from the gap between worlds. All of this leads to the final chapter where this belief is truly put to the test.
And maybe when Aerith talks about, oh wait, I missed the Gorge clip. Maybe when Aerith talks about saving the world and you, she's talking about saving from degradation, you know? That's a huge, that's shocking to me, honestly. This is Gorge. Why did I just make the worst pun ever? It was not intentional. That's a huge, that's shocking to me, honestly. This is Gorge. Why did I just make the worst pun ever? That is Gorge.
I can do when Tom screams from Tom and Jerry whenever he gets like his toe stubbed or something.
It is me.
Tutelary creatures, said only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
That's gotta be Bugenhagen sequence.
Who dares destroy my soul?
I made a TikTok about it once. I made a TikTok about it once. A while ago. This should be a Square Enix ad. Oh, I think this is my favorite moment in Remake. I'm not kidding. And meeting Reno.
Everyone, get in! Let's go!
This is the best game ever created. And then she played Rebirth. The first time you met Roche in Remake is my favorite moment in Remake. And then as soon as that man was on screen, I was like, yeah, he saw it.
I
love
final
Roche.
chapter where this belief is truly put to the test. As he stands at the altar, and Sephiroth descends from the heavens, Cloud faces the moment of truth. Will Sephiroth be proven right that Cloud can't save anyone? If he were to ever seize control, this is the moment it must happen. And much to his surprise, and ours, he sees himself finally doing it, finally exerting control and saving someone.
Right.
The thing Sephiroth said he was too weak to do. And it doesn't matter. Even when Cloud thinks he takes control, he doesn't. Which brings us to the final idea, acceptance.
That was a great edit.
Absolutely critical for Cloud to break free from his illusory world, as he calls it in the original. And the only way to do that is through full acceptance of the truth, of both the events he thinks he knows and his identity. As Marlene mentions to Zack, saving Cloud is necessary to change anything.
Cloud tries to save her, but he doesn't make it in time. He almost does, but he doesn't. That's why you have to make Cloud better. If he's sick, he can't save Aerith.
While her line is specific to saving Aerith, I believe this is a fundamental principle. If fate is going to be changed in any way, it is going to rely on Cloud accepting what has happened and who he is. Even though he comes to accept himself, accepting what has happened to him is a point he doesn't fully reach in the original. And that lack of acceptance is so powerful that it comes back around 2 years later, where Cloud struggles with accepting what happened, creates the conditions possible for Advent Children and Sephiroth's second return. That's because grief and regret are negative emotions Sephiroth and Jenova feed on. Aerith knows this, and is why she worked to stop Cloud from having those emotions, as alluded to in the Ultimania. That is why Cloud must accept the truth. Self-actualization doesn't come through denial. There was no curing Cloud's sickness, as Marlene put it, until Cloud accepts the truth.
Makes sense.
And not only is that something that continually comes up among people making predictions about Part 3, but I believe it is something that the developers are aware people expect. And remember what I said about writers having to challenge the expected outcome with the most extreme opposite. That's where I believe Cloud's Dream World comes into play.
Oh-ho! Thanks for feeding the vodgobs. Hang on, is feeding the vodgobs not on this? Did I not put it on here? I must fix that. Now feed them.
Sleep and dream the sweetest dreams.
Cloud's dream.
At the start of the chapter 14...
Hold on, I was moving the thing. I want to see that transition again. Thanks for feeding the vodgobos, guys.
Cloud's Dream World comes into play.
Yeah, because this is from Remake. Right in the beginning of the game, I think, right?
Sleep and dream the sweetest dreams.
Yeah, that's really great editing, dude. BM Mask, thanks for 5 gifties. We're in the Moog zone. We're in the Moog zone. Thank you. Yay, we made it. Yeah, subtext, that was gorgeous, dude. The sound design.
At the start of the chapter 14 Dream Date sequence, Aerith offers a point of clarity about what this world is.
Let's just call it a dream. My dream to be.
I will never forget when I got to this point in the game at the very end of Rebirth. I go, do you think I should turn on emote only mode for chat? And everyone was like, yes. This exact moment. Hi, BM Mask, an Outer Wilds watcher. Hell yeah. Did you see my crazy like moment in the DLC where I got jump scared through the fireplace? That I've been told is one of my craziest moments in the Outer Wilds playthrough. I love Outer Wilds. I love that game. Thanks for coming over to Twitch and thanks for gifting
I always
subs.
found it interesting that Aerith made a point to clarify that this dream specifically belonged to her. It's an important detail though, because as far as we can tell, given the appearance of this stamp, this doesn't seem like any of the worlds we've seen Zack in throughout the rest of the game. And it burned a question inside of me. Why would it be important to distinguish dream worlds in general from dream worlds that are specific to someone? And as a note, she specifies that it's her dream in both English and Japanese. I think the importance will matter once Cloud finally reaches the point where he will have to confront the nature of his dream world, the world he created when he saved Aerith. There has been a lot of debate about whether Cloud actually created another world when he saved Aerith, with extra attention being given to the potential symbolism of things like rainbows. From what I've seen as the months have gone by, the fan base at large seems to have come to the conclusion that he didn't.
Oh, cool mask and joy, dude.
Did save her in some other world, it doesn't matter because the true
Yeah, I'm in it's a Point Crow video. I play the bass flute. I get to play what's his name? That's with a G. But yeah, I'm in Point Crow's video with Bobby and some other pals. It was a really, really, really cool experience. Gabbro. Yeah.
Purpose is to portray Cloud in a state of denial. After all, the developers have even said as much. To quote Nomura, when you actually lose someone you cherish in the real world, you aren't able to accept it right away.
Somebody just put this in chat.
They strove to depict that inability to accept the loss of someone precious to you. And while that makes sense, the rules of these worlds have been genuinely pretty confusing to me. I still didn't feel clear about its implications, despite knowing that Nojima, the writer of this story, took inspiration from Carl Jung's idea of the collective unconscious, as well as Yogacara, a Buddhist idea most plainly described as a belief that reality is a mental construct. In general, they both made sense given the mental mindfuckery of the remake trilogy, but also even within the context of the original FF7, where Cloud's sense of reality really comes from what he personally believes rather than what objective reality is.
Which also loops back to the quote that we heard earlier in this video in Cosmo Canyon, where the Lifestream is both people's true perception of reality and their hopes and dreams.
In fact, the idea of an illusory world is not...
Which is like these illusory worlds.
...only spoken about by Cloud after the Lifestream sequence, but it's the literal description of the Whirlwind Maze version of Nibelheim, as Shinra Archaeology Department found in its recent
It's a very good video,
retranslation
J-Dog.
of the original game. In it, Sephiroth says, quote, "The world I have shown you here is reality. This is history as it truly happened. The only one creating an illusion is you." But the reason it's confused me so much in this trilogy is because even if a place like Aerith's dream world is just a mental construct specific to her, then how can objects like the white materia be transferred to other worlds and seemingly
because
keep
they
their
all
form
exist
for
in the
good
Lifestream.
in the quote-unquote real world?
Because they all exist in the
I
Lifestream.
think it's because the things in those worlds are real, even if they're bound to fade away, like Sephiroth explains.
Yeah.
After all, the infamous Cosmo
Yes,
Canyon NPC
come
makes a
on!
point that the Lifestream treats things that have happened and haven't happened as if they're the same.
What about our hopes
Yes,
and dreams?
dude, yes.
We remember those.
Dude! I feel like I finally have come full circle on understanding the ending of this game. Subtext, you killed it. Nothing has made me firmly grasp up like this yet. Take it to another level.
Don't we? So
Yeah,
what if
Undertale?
spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts?
One in chat if you're grasping.
And we get potential confirmation that it's real because we see it through the perspective
Oh yeah,
of a
doesn't
third
Red
party,
notice her?
Tifa, at the Forgotten Capital. While that pesky old Cosmo Canyon NPC dialogue has been referenced a lot as a general explanation of the alternate worlds, I've mostly seen people talking about the part I just played, where she describes the idea that the Lifestream may not distinguish between real, lived memories and unrealized desires. But I haven't seen many people talk about how the final lines of dialogue seem to perfectly describe what literally happens to Tifa.
What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us
Yes,
to...
we talked about this when I played the game. That because she falls in the juice, she gets like more perspective, right?
Here through the looking glass, so to speak.
And a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue reads even more clearly. Quote, what if, when people...
Dude, Barrett saying I'll kill you when he sees that Aerith is dead. The Aerith and Barrett friendship, like, ruins me. There's such a father-daughter thing, and like their sunglasses synergy attack. I remember you saying that. I immediately thought that's why she seemed to see it both ways for Aerith. Yeah. Let's go get our girl. Oh my god. Wait, that's so cool. Max wants to fly you out. Dude. That's so sick. If you ever need any help with production on that, you know who to call. He talks about it. That would be amazing. Okay.
So to speak.
And a more direct translation of the Japanese dialogue reads even more clearly. Quote, what if, when people accidentally come into contact with this energy, they see into other worlds? I don't think it is any coincidence that these words were said in a game where Tifa accidentally came into contact with the light.
Which also gives them a reason to have Tifa have this like preliminary live stream sequence ahead of like the giant one. Is like because she sees these flickers of both Aeriths. And maybe that gives her basis and like a foundation to work with Cloud in like the main live stream sequence. That makes total sense.
Stream, and then had a moment where she seemed to see two different events play out. Two different worlds.
Yes,
one
subtext
with
exactly.
Aerith and one without. If Tifa is peering through the looking glass and seeing into other worlds, then it's likely that what she is seeing is Cloud's dream world. Just like Aerith had a world of her creation, Cloud has one of his own. He is, after all, the master of his own illusory world, even from the original. But just like the dream of being a first-class soldier is something Cloud had to give up when he accepted the truth in the OG, so too will he have to give up on the dream world he has created where Aerith lives on. It will make the point of acceptance even harder for Cloud and players. While we are all understandably unhappy about the exclusion of this moment where Cloud had to put Aerith to rest, the developers have done something that will make truly saying goodbye to Aerith even harder. By making these illusory worlds into things so real we can touch, coming to terms with actual reality will make saying goodbye so much harder. We will have the ability to have Aerith back in as real of a way as the white materia, but have to give up on that dream. It could make the thematic impact of acceptance even more real and visceral.
Fuck! Dude. And think about how, doesn't Sephiroth say something about wanting to, doesn't he try to like merge all the worlds together? And in doing so would probably end Aerith again. Or they could just bring her back, but I'm thinking of OG themes too. Yeah. Yeah. Hi viewer. I just want Flower Girl back, dude. I know. It's also crazy because they made her like the most powerful character in combat in this game. And she still fucking died. Or did she?
But I also
human instrumentality literally does.
Acceptance may have to be earned
Evangelion
in a whole
moment.
new way. That's why from here, I think there are a couple of unknown journeys.
Yeah, I feel like, and maybe I assume subtext is going to get into this here, but I think, look at Aerith's face. The acceptance part of this is going to be so hard in part 3 because they're going to, like, when we accept that she's dead or alive or whatever, they're going to make us have to make some really, really hard, quote unquote, decisions, you know?
Journeys the developers can take us on. First, I want to talk about the most bittersweet path. The path that would change the events of the third game most drastically but arguably best served the themes of life and death from the original game.
All up in the air from here. I'm in. The Lifestream. That's what Marlene says in Adventure. Dude, yeah, the music will ruin me. Straight up. Really, Noctis? Do you have a reason? F to pay respects, L2 to remain in denial. This is beautiful. Also, can I just say, the imagery here is also like textbook Evangelion and end of Evangelion stuff. Puppy. Yeah, the transition edits go hard.
If Cloud did make a reality where he saved Aerith, Sephiroth could use this to his advantage. He could use it to tempt Cloud to accept a reunion of worlds that merges that reality with the one he wants to make. And he could sell Cloud that this new world is a good thing. After all, in Sephiroth's mind, he isn't creating anything bad. He's creating the Promised Land.
Right.
The place where Cloud, in the original game, believes he can see Aerith again.
So Sephiroth is looking to change the world. He wants to create a world which he thinks will be a better world.
Is this from this like panel that got scrubbed from the internet because it had tech issues that you sent to me, that I also have, that we were gonna watch and we never did, that I still have? We will watch this. The Forbidden Panel. We will watch this because I want to make a video everything we know about the remake. And we'll watch this and kind of tally up things from this. Last summer, yes. And they deleted it for whatever reason. For tech issues or whatever else.
Well, he called it the Promised Land. And that's very different to the kind of world that Cloud and his friends want to create.
That kind of an offer would...
Let me just...
Will be a better world. He calls it the Promised
Okay.
Land. And that's very different to the kind of world that Cloud and his friends want to create.
That kind of an offer
yeah, hell yeah,
us
dude.
And Cloud.
You're in good company, let me tell you what.
Getting what we really want
in this chat,
but having to give in to Sephiroth to get it. But giving it to Sephiroth is not something we could do. We would have to deny him and choose not to bring Aerith back. It would turn the act of accepting Aerith's death into an active choice. And
I hope they don't do multiple endings in part 3.
Far more difficult one. Yet, as hard as that would be, it would make the theme of acceptance even more profound. By crafting Rebirth's ending the way they have put us in the shoes of Cloud more than ever.
Yep.
We are just as unsure of what's real as he is. Similarly, this approach would make it such that not only would Cloud have to come to a point of acceptance around Aerith's death, but so would we as players. But a major question remains. How would accepting Aerith's death and leaving her to the Lifestream lead to a new ending that exceeds the original? I believe the answer has to do, surprisingly,
Agreed, Dunrick.
Again, let's think about the dialectical debate that happens in narratives, the ideas and counter-ideas, the theses and antitheses. Aerith and Sephiroth represent two different beliefs. Aerith believes in the cycle of life and death. Sephiroth doesn't. He wants to live on forever.
Really,
which
Carius?
Aerith doesn't understand.
How can you want this, Sephiroth?
Be gone. Your part is played.
How can you want an eternity of loneliness?
This philosophical war continues in the years leading up to Advent Children. Sephiroth refuses to participate fully into the Lifestream. Meanwhile, Aerith wants to, but she knows she can't as long as Sephiroth lives on. To quote On the Way to a Smile, she was an ancient. Thus she was able to retain her own selfhood even within the flow of the Lifestream. When she wished it, she could dissolve that self and become a part of the planet forever. But it was too soon for that. Just a little longer, she thought. She can feel an aberration in the coursing Lifestream. an implacable will that refused to merge with the planet. She knew it was the man who killed her. Aerith has no issue with dying and returning to the planet. To her, it's the nature of things, the way things are supposed to be.
And it's interesting too because, I mean, Tifa has that line in OG about Aerith like not truly dying and wanting to come back, and it's because she's an ancient and can like persist in the Lifestream, you know? Be a mask? Of course not. Of course not. We have plenty of people in here. I don't know what I was gonna say. As fans of other games, my brain scrambled from thinking about all this stuff. People hang out here all the time who don't play Final Fantasies. Looks cool, but I can't for the life of me play turn-based games. The remake trilogy is not turn-based. Every Final Fantasy post like 10 and even like 13, I would say, kind of, are no longer turn-based. And I truly think 7 Remake is like, if you don't like turn-based games, is the perfect first Final Fantasy in my experience. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see FF9 stuff this summer, dude. I can't think about that. I want it too bad. I can't think about that. Zack, I don't know. Some people just really don't like turn-based games, and I think that's 100% valid. I don't think there's anything to get over for some people. But also I think you're being a little jokey, and that's fine too. Yeah, I know, just joking. I don't want new people in chat to think that that is a thing. Yeah. Yeah, Sharefrog, I think that they've talked about definitely like seeing this as the future of Final Fantasy games. Combat-wise. I mean, look at 16, you know? At least for the mainline ones. Yeah, Expedition 33 is like, honestly, I think the perfect mix of, because I adore turn-based games, but it's the perfect mix of like turn-based combat and like timing parries and dodges. Yeah. Yeah, Bobby, they're long. They're long, but also like 7 original is only 30 or 40 hours. I think people make them out to be a lot longer than they are. If you ever wanted to get into these, you know, I would always be down to help guide you, but no pressure either. I know they're not for everybody. I think that Rebirth Combat is the best. It's like the best modern combat system ever, in my opinion. Like, it is advancing video games in ways we will see for decades to come.
But Sephiroth, well, he no issue with dying, dissolve that self and become a part of the planet forever.
I haven't played Sea of Stars. I'll stream it though.
Just a little longer, she
thought.
Hi,
Eli.
She can feel an aberration
Are you liking it?
in the coursing Lifestream, an implacable will that refused to merge with the planet. She knew it was the man who killed her. Aerith has no issue with dying and returning to the planet. To her, it's the nature of things, the way things are supposed to be. But Sephiroth, well, he's the opposite. Sephiroth doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to
never be a memory.
He wants to create a new state of things because he believes himself to be special, a descendant of Genova, a being that can't return
cool,
to the
Starlet.
planet. For him, returning to the planet would mean not being special. It would just mean being yet another soul that can get recycled and stripped of its individuality. A horrifying fate. Aerith understands this
so egotistical.
And warns that disrupting the cycle would be disastrous.
What you heard just now were the voices of the planet. Those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned.
The music!
They're howling in pain. He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet, that he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it.
Go off, Brie White!
This is the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him. Sephiroth has to be stopped. He has to be. And that's why I'm asking you to help me. I know that together we can do this. But if we do, will be changing more than fate itself.
In the end, the cycle of life must be restored. And to fully do that, the planet must be rid of Jenova and Sephiroth. Sephiroth must be fully consumed by the Lifestream and not left to linger on as he does all the way through to Advent Children and potentially beyond. Because if he does, then it means Aerith must as well. It means she must constantly stay and clean up his corrupting influence over the Lifestream. Again, from On the Way to a Smile. Quote, she discovered there were many more spirits.
Yo, what up, Kelvin? Thanks for the raid. How was stream? Yeah, so Sephiroth was a baby. He was the baby of Lucrezia. And Lucrezia was pregnant by Hojo. There is a theory that she actually got pregnant by Vincent Valentine, which I love. I think that's one of the coolest theories ever. But didn't want to face him. And so it was like, you know, went to Hojo. And Hojo was like, we're going to experiment the fuck out of this baby. And they inject Jenova cells while it's like still in the womb. And look at Hojo, that ugly man cannot be Sephiroth's father. That's more points in the Vincent Valentine to Sephiroth's dad column. So yeah, then they give him Jenova cells and then he does die. Like, what, before the events of 7 at all, right? Technically, kind of. There's flashback scenes. And then all of the Sephiroths that we see post that are like Jenova resurrecting him via the Lifestream and clones and hallucinations and stuff. Have we seen Hojo in his 20s? Well, when he goes to the beach, the ladies love him, so there's some confirmation of Hojo being the dad in Japanese literature. Really? Like what? Real Sephiroth in the Northern Crater. Yeah, that's right. How does he get there? Again? I don't remember that.
And before, who resisted merging in the Lifestream's eternal flow. They were not like him, but she sensed the same hate, the same
surely, no rush,
that led him to reject the planet and its Lifestream.
Oh, that's right. He drifted there in the Lifestream. That's what I was thinking, but I couldn't remember if I was just creating an easy way out in my brain.
Merging in the Lifestream's eternal flow. They were not like him, but she sensed the same hate, the same anger in them that led him to reject the planet and its Lifestream. Whenever such souls enter the Lifestream, she tried to relieve them of their anger. Beneath the spite and rage would be the memories of an ordinary man or woman. She contrived to free those memories so they can move on and melt into the stream. And soon enough, the empty shell of hate that remained would dissolve too. She was pleased that she could help these souls, but she encountered more and more of them as time went on, and she found that she alone was not enough. For the past 27 years, the thought of Aerith living on in the Lifestream has been a comforting, if bittersweet, compromise.
Right.
We never wanted to lose her, but if the consolation is that she is still around even after death, then that is something we've all been willing to accept to some degree.
With Zack.
Yet, this afterlife, one where she has to constantly chase the corrupting influence of Sephiroth, is not right.
Agreed.
It's not the way things are supposed to be. In fact, even if she didn't have to do that work, living on for eternity would not be ideal. And we know this because all you have to do is ask the Gi. They live on forever, unable to return to and dissolve into the Lifestream. And for them, that existence is hell.
Which means these dudes can't die, right?
Oh, this is fascinating.
They're invincible.
So maybe the Gi getting more like expanded lore in this and kind of tweaked in Rebirth is like setting the foundation for a way to like permanently kill Sephiroth. Because I think the Gi, isn't the black materia lore with the Gi is that they just want to like end the Lifestream in yeah, okay, SubTXT, let's talk about it. Hi, Bento, welcome! Yeah, this is SubTXT's amazing video. Yeah, Waffle, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
Being stuck as spirits with no hope of release sounds like a fate worse than death.
All they want, desperately, is actual eternal rest. Such rest is so desired that they came to call the black materia the key to complete oblivion, the materia of peace. For me, this illustrates why the developers may have expanded the Gi lore in such a way. Sure, it's incredibly cool in general, and it's something every player I've talked to has loved instinctively. But it made me ask the question, Why? Why give the Gi this specific fate? Is it
Sephiroth.
just because it's cool, or because it may have
Yes.
a bigger thematic role to
Yes.
play? I believe the answer is the latter. It even gives greater context to why Aerith nearly derailed the race to the Sector 7 plate and remake. Why was she so obsessed with helping these spirits, taking a moment in the middle of an emergency to free them and see them off? In a way, that was reminiscent of the River of Lights in Rebirth, because she had known of them since she was a kid, known that they were there with no way to help them. Until this moment, where she had the chance to set them free, to help them return to the Lifestream as it should be.
Wow. So long.
Emily, that's really beautiful. I agree. Oh, Prasha, I wonder.
It also may give us a way to come to terms with the fate the Loveless play reinforces as part of the core story, regardless of how much we hope to avoid it.
And yet, all tales that begin with a chance encounter share the same end. A tearful farewell.
While Aerith remaining in the Lifestream for eternity has been comforting to us as fans, we shouldn't be happy about the idea of Aerith living on forever. Living on forever is unnatural.
Yeah.
It's not right. It's what Sephiroth wants, and we know how she feels about that. What we should want is a true conclusion to it all, the final purging of Sephiroth and Jenova, so that we can truly save the planet and allow Aerith to return to
I like
as
this.
she's meant to and seems at peace with.
I like this a lot.
You know, if you think about it, life and death are just two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on. We return to the planet, rejoin the Lifestream, and in time give rise to new life.
New life is ultimately what all of this is for. It's what the final shot of FF7 was always meant to direct our attention to. The state of the planet long after our main party is gone. The new life that could possibly be living on 500 years later. And while there has been debate about whether humanity survived or not, and perhaps even a bit of retconning over the years, the original intention of that scene was to convey that the planet and humanity lived on. To quote the lead writer of the game, Kazushige Nojima, in an article from 2003, quote, "For the last scene of the ending, we decided not to harp on about what happened to each character like we've done in the past. Instead, we came up with the idea of suddenly skipping forward 500 years. Though people often say it's difficult to understand, the message is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Basically, because of the efforts of Cloud and his allies, the planet is still around, and smoke is rising from Midgar, which means there are definitely still humans alive." If you're wondering what Smokey's talking about, it was accidentally omitted from the final animation, which gave the team a good laugh.
What? That's so fucking funny. Are you serious? Shut up.
But you actually can see it in the original theatrical cut of Advent Children.
Yeah.
Even though the smoke was curiously removed once again in Advent Children Complete.
That's so funny!
Where the same updated CG animation appears, but without smoke once again. That is
Holy
potentially why
shit.
Red 13 calls that fate a glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today. A future without new life being born may be the ultimate fate that happens post-Advent Children, since ultimately neither Sephiroth nor Jenova were fully dealt with. And working toward an ending about creating the opportunity for new life beautifully fits the story. A story that starts with the Avalanche trying to stop the Mako reactors because they're literally sucking up souls as a finite resource, thus preventing life from springing anew. That's why Aerith and the story deserves an ending where we restore the Lifestream that Sephiroth and Shenra are destroying so callously that she's unable to return to the planet in peace, truly stopping them, truly ridding the world.
This makes
of
a lot
Mako
of sense to
extraction
me.
and the corrupting influence of both Jenova and Sephiroth are what's needed to truly save the world in the way they always intended to end the story. Yet, it would also mean that there would be no reason for Aerith to just live on in the Lifestream indefinitely. It would mean she would be free to move on as part of the renewed cycle.
A true end to the story.
And as difficult as that ending
would
be,
thank you, Lee.
It would be a conclusion that reflects the quote I mentioned from Katase earlier. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining.
Right.
It would be a final true goodbye. Just like another Final Fantasy these creators worked on.
Yeah.
And it would lead to a new endpoint that exceeds the original game. An ending that wouldn't leave things in such a way that unresolved feelings would linger on and create unresolved problems like geostigma and another return of Sephiroth. We should want that. An ending that leads directly into Advent Children would not only fail to pay off what was set up at the end of Remake, it would be
that transition! Look at that transition!
We should want that. An ending that leads
with Kadaj
directly into Advent Children would not only fail to pay off what was set up at
Shut
the end of
up!
Remake,
Come
on!
on!
Been built up in Rebirth. It would mean
beautiful.
Zack, Aerith, and Sephiroth live on when they shouldn't. It would tether Aerith's fate to Sephiroth's, an eternal future of never dissolving into the Lifestream. And
it's also like her saying life and death are the two sides of the same coin, kind of like how she and Sephiroth are two sides to the same coin. Like neither can exist unless, or I guess they both exist, kind of preventing the other from dying, you know?
Eternal, unending existence like the geese, fighting against that.
Yeah,
to
Mortis.
Find acceptance with the cycle of life and death. A theme we've all said we've loved since 1997 means saying goodbye to not just the things we want gone, like Sephiroth. It means also saying goodbye to the things we wish to cling to, like Aerith.
Yes, which is important because, like, if that is the direction they go, that's totally the opposite of having your cake and eating it too. It is like a necessary sacrifice, and that is so chill. I love that. Zero and Infinity, analog and digital, totally Stewart. Oh, that's a cool comparison. Radical acceptance.
We will have to accept the reality. Because the past,
cool, Lee, thank you. I'll check it out.
Is forever. It can't be changed. Her death in the prime reality, the reality we fought so hard to create at the end of Remake, must persist. It must live on. And in this reality, her death has now happened. But the future, even if it's been written, can be changed. And that future may not be the one we know from the original, where Aerith lives on in the Lifestream, nor the one we want, with Aerith ending up alive and well. But it will be a future that won't be mired in grief and regret, as in the one we know that emerges in Advent Children, a future with the same dynamic that eventually wiped out the Cetra.
Though in time we triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars, tragedy will nevertheless be our ultimate reward.
Yeah, Starlet.
Abandoned to unquenchable anger.
I rewatched OG Neon Genesis Evangelion like last year, I think. And I want to rewatch the rebuilds. And I bet I'll catch parallels here. I really feel like I see the new way they can take this now. And I didn't before this video.
An unbearable grief, condemned and driven forth, powerless to forestall the coming of our end. Heed well our warning of that which is to come.
Yeah, I loved this sequence.
When our adversaries scattered malignancy.
Ah! That's that fucking room with the turtles. That room wrecked me.
We must.
The editing here was really good.
End Sephiroth and
my eyes have been unclouded.
Reach some third possibility, some synthesis that we can't see just yet. It will be what needs to happen as an outcome of this war of possibilities of final possible fates, which is how the developers have described it.
Conflict?
It really seems like everything is building to a conclusion where we will be discovering which of these realities our characters choose. And though the stage is set, the game said it best already. None can divine the conclusion of every path, and no promises await at journey's end. But at this point, I'm certain what awaits is a different conclusion than one that leads directly into Advent Children.
Yeah.
Because whether this is a sequel or not, it is something more than just a remake.
Yes.
That's because there is one unrealized dream that may matter more than all the rest. And it was expressed by the creative director of this entire project, Tetsuya Nomura, in the behind-the-scenes documentary for Advent Children.
I gotta watch this.
完結した感がないというか、
Yeah.
なんかまあこれで終わりじゃないぞという予感的なものでしょうか。なんかそれを言っちゃうとなんか単純に受け取られると、じゃあまた映像を作るのかっていうふうに取られるかもしれないですけど、
Subtext, that'd be huge. Thank you.
そういう意
I would
味
love
での
that.
ことじゃなくて、これがあったから多分できることがこれから増えそうな気がして。
He knew he was gonna make these. He knew.
意味で完結したものということではなくて、何かここから
Yeah,
先の
Starlet.
大きなものの一手目っていう作品になったかな。
Chills. 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 Oh my god. Let's go!
Ooh, that was a whole lot. But like I said, there are actually a couple of unknown journeys, and weirdly enough, the tagline Forever Crisis kind of fits that perfectly. Another possibility for remake. The first, more bittersweet journey that it laid out is one that I think could be beautiful, builds on the ideas they've been playing within this trilogy, and could make the thematic heart of Final Fantasy VII even more powerful and meaningful. That idea that in order to move forward, we need to accept the truth of who we are and the things that happen to us, whether they be tragic or even unfair. And the potential power of that story, if told well, is a big reason why I now love this ending. Even if I'm wrong about the details of where they take the story and how it unfolds from here, I can see so much intentionality to the narrative choices they've made and see several different ways it can enhance the story and themes as we know them. Hell, Nomura said it himself in that quote I referenced about an hour ago. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent.
Yeah.
It gives me not only reassurance about where things may go in the future, but also reassurance about the choices
counters.
I no longer feel.
Can I just say your gameplay is tight. I'm gonna watch it again.
You can see so much intentionality.
Yeah, the gameplay. So they kind of set a foundation in Remake. It's all real time. It's not turn based. The way they iterate upon that in this game, I'm not kidding. This is the best like real time action combat in any game existing currently right now. Like there is never downtime. There's a gazillion different builds you can make, and they encourage you to play with every single character in your party. Aerial gameplay is so good. Yes, and there's only certain skills that let you get airborne, and sometimes they have to involve like comboing with another character. Like I cannot express to you, and it has so much personality. Like it is truly the best combat system that exists currently in gaming.
The narrative choices they've made.
Watch his
several different
combat
ways
here.
It can enhance the story and themes as we know them. Hell, Nomura said it himself in that quote I referenced about an hour ago. The key is not just to go along with players' opinions, but to think about the scenario clearly with intent. It gives me not only reassurance about where things may go in the future, but also reassurance about the choices they've already made. I no longer feel as I did on day one, that perhaps it's just too messy, too undecided, or even potentially the wrong stopping point compared to, say, the Northern Crater scene. It also gives me greater appreciation of new moments that I've loved.
Yes.
And I swear I will talk about the possibility for remake that I teased, but I just gotta get this thought out. Even days after beating the game, a scene that really stuck with me was the goodbye scene in the church in Aerith's dream world. This was the moment that made me cry. As I said at the start of the video, I never cried during Aerith's death in the original, in part because my uncle spoiled it before I got to it, so I knew.
Uncle, come on!
So to see Aerith use this moment with Cloud, this moment she never got in the original, not as a chance to change her fate, but rather to accept whatever happens as long as she could save Cloud from the grief we all witness for ourselves in Advent Children.
His uncle is Robert Pattinson.
It is such an act of selflessness and generosity.
Holy shit.
It's still incredibly human, especially in this moment where she strengthens her
Really,
embrace
Bento?
just a
That's
bit
wild.
longer, and the camera lingers on her eyes. I could feel
She's thinking.
how hard this was for her.
She's thinking.
And as a lifelong fan, I have seen how much the death of Aerith impacts Cloud. Since Advent Children came out 20 years ago, the image of him that has been left with me isn't one of triumph, but of tragedy. All he could think about is how he failed her and how he wants forgiveness.
I think I want to be forgiven. More than anything.
My
And
baby
what does Aerith
boy.
do in this moment?
Cloud. Thank you.
What would the Cloud of Advent Children think if he had gotten this embrace 2 years earlier?
Yeah.
If he had gotten these words of reassurance, what would happen to him? How would he potentially change as a person? The thing Aerith feared could happen if they successfully changed fate, making this also serve as another hint that we may be headed for an all-new endgame.
But if we do,
It's not just fate that will change.
we'll be changing more than fate itself. If we succeed, if we win, we'll be changing ourselves.
You can't have me blubbering. Sorry.
I guess. Maybe.
Maybe changing ourselves is like a nod to the different versions of themselves that exist in other worlds, you know?
That's why.
Common, I love that.
That's why there is so much meaning packed into this scene that did more for me emotionally than a perfect 100% faithful recreation of her death. I know people say that the confusing way they handled her death scene ripped the emotionality out of it, and I felt that way too, but this scene will live on with me more than the death scene ever could.
Agreed.
Now that I got all that gushing out of the way, there is still one more thing to talk about. While I've thought a lot about Rebirth and feel like I have a lot more clarity on what they did and why, I also can't deny that there are still several loose ends I can't wrap my head around. And the biggest X factor relates back to the same developer quote I mentioned earlier. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to players playing this game now, 27 years later. Now, while I am a big FF7 fan, and I have love for many Final Fantasy games, especially FF14 and the entire PS1 era, including Tactics.
Oh, I can't wait to play
As
Tactics!
massive of a Square Enix fan, or even Nomura fan, as you might think. I haven't even played Kingdom Hearts. And so a big blind spot for me are some of the other titles made by these creators. And one thing I have heard from friends is that Kingdom Hearts 3 ends with, and I should give a very general spoiler warning here, a fairly feel-good ending even for characters who, as I understand, may not deserve it. And there was one in-game hint of a happy ending for this trilogy that I can't shake out of my head. I don't think this Cait Sith fortune has happened yet.
Ooh.
Things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you.
Interesting.
Could the momentary saving of Aerith be what he's hinting at here? I'm not sure about that. While it's certainly a last-minute twist, it isn't really all that pleasant, since it's immediately ripped away from us and leads to an ending with Cloud in a really bad mental place,
this music
and the party
is so fun.
not exactly on the greatest terms with him. That's why I believe the fortunes we received were given in reverse order.
Shut up.
The last fortune, losing what Cloud cherishes most,
Shut up,
was the first one we saw come to fruition. And the second fortune, watching our possessions for the lucky color black, came next.
Black materia.
So if they are in reverse chronological order, then it means we have actually
Shut
yet to see
up.
the first fortune. Quote, a last-minute twist that may pleasantly
You
surprise
dog!
you.
Come
As I
on!
said, I doubt many people would call the ending of Rebirth a pleasant surprise. And the ending I outlined about Aerith dissolving into the Lifestream also didn't quite feel like reaching a new happiness, like Katase said pretty recently.
I love
Not
this.
that I don't think there's something beautiful about it, but it's not really what I would call a happy ending, especially compared to some other happy endings from these creators. That's why that last-minute twist that may pleasantly surprise us may be what actually awaits us at the end of Part 3. In fact, one way such an ending could potentially shake out is something I plan to explore in another video, and it's about how the idea of acceptance may actually extend to how we rid the world of Sephiroth in a way that prevents him from returning in adventure.
Drop the vid!
But this video is definitely over an hour and a half at this point, so
drop the
I'll save that
vid!
for a deep dive video about Sephiroth. Either way,
subscribe
both of these unknown
to
journeys are
subtext.
really born from just investigating
Do it
questions I
now!
have and seeing where they lead me, given what's been shown and explored in these games, as well as principles I've learned about storytelling. And that's my approach. I wondered why Remake
Oh no,
showed
you
Zack
deserve a
early
break.
in a
You
way
deserve
that
a huge
potentially
break.
spoiled the biggest twist in FF7, and it led me to the idea of the devs creating an unreliable world. Likewise, everyone assumed Zack's survival would lead him to showing up at the Forgotten Capital to help save Aerith, but I wondered what would even lead him there in the first place. That question led me to speculate that he would never leave Midgar. I figured he would follow her last known location after being captured by Sung. I was wrong about the details. He didn't go looking for Aerith in the Shinra building after talking to Elmira and ends up face to face with Deep Grounds, which I thought was being set up in the DLC, but he did stay in Midgar. And so that's what led me to the ideas in this video. The questions about why they ended the story where they did and how they did, and questioning how that might reflect the story they're telling and what it's really about. I could be wrong, I almost certainly am on some things, but man, does it feel good to be making these videos again.
Woo!
And with that, I'm so grateful to you if you made it all the way through to the end of this video. Of course, I'd really appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, and share this video around. I hate to do the YouTuber thing, but also
hit that bell, bitch!
Because it really is the best way to know that I have a new upload, since
Regirth.
I upload pretty infrequently.
Non-
I hope to hear your
How much money bet it
comments.
exists
I
already?
usually do read them and respond almost too much. Also, I would feel like
You just got coconut mold.
Some shout outs.
Share this with all your friends to totally coconut mold them.
It does! I checked! That's right. Of course it does. Ain't never hitting bells for no nothing. That's a double negative, so you are hitting the bell? Like you should. Hi, Bryce. Hi, Chill Muffin. Redirge. Somebody asked about tactics. I do plan to play Final Fantasy Tactics. I know a remake has been rumored, so that's why I kind of like let it exist at the bottom of my like, not the bottom, but lower in my like to stream list. Because if it gets a remake, I'll stream the remake. But if it doesn't get a remake, you know, if we get to it before a remake is announced, I'll stream that. So the answer is yes.
Friends in the community that have helped me make sense of everything in either direct or indirect ways, including the guys at Shinra Archaeology Department, Turquoise Hammer, Gene, and Odie.
It does grow
Baby
large.
Seal, Sleep Easy, Night Sky Prince, Lowly Joe, Eyes on V, Blitz,
B!
Noctis, and there may be a couple others I'm forgetting, but go follow all of them if you aren't already, please. Anyway, thank you, and I have at least a few more Rebirth videos bouncing around
she
in
has
my
already.
head that I will hopefully drop soon. But in the meantime,
The 99999. Wait.
Hey, thank you, and I have at least a few more Rebirth videos bouncing around in my head that I will hopefully drop soon. But in the meantime,
see ya.
Stop. That's the perfect way to end. Ooh. Do you think he's gonna finger the fish? He's gonna slap it. One's in chat if you think he's gonna finger the fish. Subtext, you're the goat. I just am itching to play the third fucking game, dude. God. Thank you so much for making this. Thanks for hanging out when we watched it tonight. It's been fun to like talk to you about all of this. I don't know how I'm not subbed. Now we dive into metaphor. We're gonna see if he fingers the fish first, and then we'll maybe watch. I mean, maybe I'm gonna go to bed. I got a big day tomorrow. Stream is gonna be live at 4 Central, 2 p.m. Pacific, and it's that competition I'm doing. So if you really want to support and help me win. I could win a lot of money, which would be really nice. Considering the way the world is right now. Please come support. Maddie, there will be like a chat vote at some point where you can help me not get eliminated and help me advance. But also just like, it'll be live on my channel, but it'll be a restream of like their event. So I'll be like, when I'm not on screen, I'll be in chatting text-wise with you guys. So yeah. I don't know when voting will be. I don't really know much of anything. It's going to be a 3-hour-long show. It'll be from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific. You guys are the best. Thanks for wanting to support. It means the world to me. I'm nervous, but it's going to be fun. I'm going to just have fun with it, you know? I just want to see if he fingers the fish. What did I knew he was gonna do it! I knew! Why did I know he was gonna do this? Dude, why? Wait, with who? With who? What? What? Explain. Literally a femboy Missouri that goes fishing. Insta sub.
Stonefly in front of him. Fortunately, we can't have Russer with us today.
Okay. All right. New favorite channel.
It's also heavier, so it sinks deeper. 5 bluegills. It's not a lot, but and I don't know. I feel like that looks as good as something I was hanging out of. I tail hooked this poor guy. I don't mean to do that.
Holy shit. All right, gamers. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, okay? And also, when that competition thing is over, I'll play Chrono Trigger tomorrow night. As a little treat. How's that sound? You've been VOD goblining? Have you watched the FF7 Machina Bridge? No, I haven't. All right, guys, join Discord. Oops. Why didn't it work? It said it worked. Dude. Gotta. Join Discord. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's go on a raid. But first.
All right, my friend, it's the final lap. So let's cut it one last time!
He's mine!
How are they just gonna do this after you do that giant fight with Vincent and you walk outside and Roche gets on a motorcycle that falls out of an airplane and does donuts around you and then he says, let's just do a one-on-one fight really quick. How is that allowed? How is this game allowed to do any of this? Music?
Here we go, pick up us. When? Solia, send it to me. Chat, I'm trying my best to get a game.
Who is talking?
Oh my god.
He's mine.
My Twitch homepage auto plays. How are they just gonna do this after you do that giant fight with Vincent and you walk outside and Roche gets on a motorcycle that falls out of an airplane and does donuts around you and then he says, let's just do a one-on-one fight really quick. How is that allowed? How is this game allowed to do any of this? Music? Okay. All right, go say hi to Parky. Parky will also be in the thing tomorrow. There's your raid message. That's all I got, okay? See you tomorrow. Be good. Eat a jelly bean or something tonight. Be good. Eat a little treat. Bye, guys. Bye, Emily. Bye, Fella, Dunrick, Pieces, Starlit, Subtext. Thank you, you fucking legend. How are you gonna do this after watching this giant video and then you put us into a raid into another channel? How is that allowed? Well, thanks, Yash. Bye, Scouse. Bye, guys! See you later! Voting for the brother-sister duo tomorrow, LR. You're the best. See you, QB. Wait, I re-linked See You Again. I don't know why he's not here. Where'd he go? He's here somewhere. I don't know where he went. All right, we'll go say hi to Parky. Bye! It's because I was on the wrong scene. Bye!